Hello everyone, hope you're doing great and welcome to this new video. Today's video is the English broadcast for the Robalas Riftbound League 2. As you guys seem to like the first edition, we decided to get back at it later this week. 6 rounds, 64 players, and only 8 of them are going to be able to qualify for the playoffs tourney on 21st of December in a King of the Hill format, meaning if you lose your game, you're out of the tournament and you have to win them all to reach that first place. As per usual, if you like this type of video, feel free to let me know by clicking that like button or telling me in the comments, and with that being said, let's get started with the video. Alright chat, so here we are. Great, just switch to English for the... to French, sorry. For the installation, but we are in there and we are going to have a Darius versus any match. So pretty interesting one, both being aggro decks, one of them being more on the swarm style as Darius, like the tokens and stuff, and the other one being more on the like big body side with like the any the Vi Ride the Wind, the Darius, like these bodies that are able to punch at boards. So this is going to be a cool matchup, and this is game one. We can kind of guess that Annie started because we have that merchant in a battlefield that was able to discard twice and cycle, and we are also seeing Darius drop that hook. So we now have the hook available online and we are now going to be able to cycle. So both players finding a great opener into that game. And by the way, thank you guys for the nice messages in the chat. Thank you guys. Yo Ray, how you doing? Let me just start the pen, by the way. So we have that pen thing going. There, perfect. Pen, where you at? Here. Great, I think you guys can see. Let me check. Yup, you can. Perfect. So someone told me that for last stream we had to talk about the legends, so I'll try to do it. We are of course a bit late into the game, but let's do this. So on the bottom part of your screen is Darius. Darius is this legend. It's a red. Oops. Why do I ping the? I just want to have the chords. Okay, legends are bugged. Legends are bugged, I guess. So I can't show legends. A bit of problem. Why is it pinging there? Because I kinda want to show the chords, but it's pinging. Disable, toggle, pause. Okay, I can't. Well, whatever. So Darius is Legion. When you've played a chord, you can generate a temporary energy to play chords. And Annie is at the end of your turn. You can untap 2 of your exhausted runes to make them active and play spells during your opponent's turn. So both of these legends have a pretty aggressive game plan. Annie more on the side of playing big bodies and like punching through the board, and Darius more on that swarming aspect with like lots of tokens, cheap cards, and hook that allows you to cycle your cards every turn to push through the boards. Yo Yoster, can I ask a question about Solar Shrine? Feel free to do so, please. Feel free. I'll answer if I can. So, we see Annie taking the lead in the early game, which is kinda normal. Basically what we expect to see in that matchup is like Annie is able to drop them big bodies in the early game, and Darius will need to have more of a setup with several turns of like hooking, killing his own units, taking good trades to value, and then once we reach a certain amount of points, cards like Draven, like Vayne, like Spectral Matron are going to come in huge, basically. Darius seems so good in this game, he has everything. The only problem with Darius is consistency, right? Like, it's not bad when it like has an okay role, but since you play Hook, you have to play Draven, you have to play Matron, you have to play Vaynes, like some of them cards you never want to draw, basically. And if you open them, then your deck is kind of not functioning because you have to drop cards that are way too expensive and don't do enough when not dropped from the Hook. So the big problem for Darius is consistency. The big problem for Annie is green. DeFi, Windwall, are big problems. And I think the biggest of them all, which people are underexploiting right now, but still is extremely strong in my opinion, is Rune Prison. Annie has no way to play around Rune Prison, basically. If it draws hook, it's a good deck. Without it, it's pretty medium. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, the average curve of the deck is fine, but you have to play so many bricks to make that hook work that most likely you are drawing them, and like, in a 4 rounds local tourney, you could expect to like not see them, or at least like, it's fine. But in over like 10 rounds of Swiss, then top cut at something big like Houston, you can't expect not to brick in any of these games, and you don't want to lose a game just because your deck is not functioning. If I'm defending on my opponent's turn and stun when they attack and defeat their unit, can activate Shrine even though it's not my turn. Yup. You can, because it's a trigger. It is not related to the timing, it's related to did the action happen or not. If it happened, you can tap it and draw a card. Yup. So we are, as expected, as I was talking you through before, we are seeing Darius getting in that spot in which, like, okay, Annie, you were able to take over the board in the early game, but now I'm in the lead and I'm able to start setting up my boards and doing big things. We see that Spectral Matron being dropped from End. Thank you, Yoster, by the way, for the photo. We see that Spectral Matron being dropped from End, bringing back a Manufacturer. Not what you want. You definitely want to bring out that Vanguard Captain, ideally. But we did not see it in that game yet. And we are also on a super low rune count. So if Annie is able to clear that battlefield, which I think she can, we are in a very difficult spot. Because then we don't have units to drop and kill off the hook. Because we have double Darius and we have Cleave. So could we see something like, yeah, Darius, then you cleave the other one, you have 10, this battlefield is what? It's like 2, plus 3 makes it 5, plus 5 makes it 10, plus 2 makes it 12. So if you cleave one of these and use Ride the Wind, you don't have the runes to, you miss a rune to do so. But now, yeah, we are sending both there. And then, if they try to retake, we can Ride the Wind into Vayne. I think that makes sense. I don't hate that play. I kinda like it. We have a Darius that survives, but we kill everything. So we forced them to lose a lot of value of the hook. And also that Vayne, they did not clear that power buff that she had, but Vayne only has Assault. So right now, it's a 2 might unit, which means hook is not so good. You can't flip Matrons, you can't flip Red Cases. We managed to find a dangerous duo though. So we could see something like hook on Vayne. Then we see what we drop. Then duo on whatever we drop. If it has accelerate, we are definitely looking for an accelerate. So either Vayne or Kaisa would be great, but we can't play Kaisa because Vayne is only 2 might. And we don't have the runes to play Darius champion. If we had 2 more runes, we could play Darius plus Cleave. That would be super great here. But we don't have this opportunity. Also, game plan wise, as I told you, Darius is supposed to ramp. And like, not ramp in terms of runes, but like in terms of power during the game. And be stronger every turn. Like become a bit more of a force. Oh, this is so shit. That hook is trash as fuck. Become much more of a force in the late game. But Annie's plan is to get to 6 points and then Vi Ride the Wind, and she has this. Darius has Eden Blade, so could kill Vi, potentially. But if Annie is able to find a spot in which like Darius is fully tapped and she's on 6 points, that game is most likely over, and this could very well happen next turn, because this Darius is most likely going to hold now. We don't have what it takes to contest it. And then next turn you can hold, untap it, bring it back to base, then play 2 cards. Darius restands, you can push Darius to Zone Warren, and then you score your 6 points. And then 6 points exactly. Okay, so we use that Eden Blade to prevent that from happening. But that also means that Annie gets a lot of card advantage. Annie still has the purple Annie champion. So like seeing Darius's boards, I feel like Annie is already in a pretty good spot. And we will definitely pick that case, I think. Oh, we are taking sneaky. So we want to go sneaky. Yeah, kinda makes sense. We get 2 or 6 points that way. Because sneaky is like accelerate but only in open battlefield. So we go sneaky, we get to 6, and then we have double ride by the wind. Whatever. Okay, we pitch ride the wind to get a hold of the Vi. Which makes sense, because like if ride the wind fails, like let's say they have another hidden blade, we'd rather have 2 Vi's that can force trades than just 2 ride the winds and only 1 Vi that got hidden blades. So it makes sense to pitch that Vi, that ride the wind, sorry. Unfortunate that we draw a 3rd Vi, but I mean like it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Ari could still survive in Spirit Forge. Yeah, potentially. Potentially I could say it, yeah. We finally find that Vanguard. So we are dropping the cleave there on the Poro. Darius is going to be able to restand. Poro is going to be able to trade into one of these sneakies, also playing around Void Seeker, which is a card that is seeing play in any. So Poro charges at 5, which is more than Void Seeker, dealing 4 damage. So of course Poro dies, but at least we get the trade in. We are pitching that dangerous duo, and then Darius attacks at 7 might. So once again playing around that Void Seeker that they don't have anyway. And now we are fully tapped and we are going to lose to Vi the Wind basically. So 2 runes, we're dropping Vi. We are recycling 15 from the trash. That Vi is now 18. They go ride the wind, they move it around both battlefields, and that game is over. It's a win for any. So as you guys saw, as I was mentioning earlier, it's basically about any being able to get to 6 points and then setting up that Vi ride the wind combo. And then either Darius has that hidden blade or that game is over. And right now, that game 1 is over and he wins it. So let me just update the scoreboard here. Perfect. Great. So game 1 going Annie's way. Game 2, could we see adaptations from both players? I think Annie started, which is also a great thing if you're Annie. You definitely want to start into most of the matchups. What I'd be afraid of if I'm Darius is that most likely, this is a best of 3 scenario, right? So Annie is going to be able to go second now, but go first game 3 if she loses game 2. And then she's going to have Arena's Greatest as a going first battlefield, which is very scary for Darius, because then this means that you have to retake that advantage even faster. And also remember that that game 1 was a hook game. Darius might have to go through hookless games, and these games, I tell you what, are not the same as this game that we just saw. Like the power level of the deck is literally not the same, like completely different with and without hook. Annie seems like a strong deck if you don't expect a lot of mastery in the field. Yeah, Annie is a strong deck if green is not seeing play. And this is exactly what we were talking about, guys. Like right now, if you're Darius, you don't draw that hook, you are kind of forced to mulligan 2 cards because you want to see that hook, you don't see it, and instead you see a Draven, which is like super not good to play from end, super trash in the early game, and like not even that good in the mid-late game to drop from end. Of course, it's like super good off hook, but from end, it's super expensive for like kind of no reason. We are starting the stacking process on any side. Most likely you want to take that Ghost, no? I think that Ghost is super good there. Also Poro, like you don't want to take Vi, because if you take Vi, it means you're not playing anything, your passing turn is trash. But Ghost on that Poro kinda means that next turn, they are dropping, yeah, I would have taken that Ghost too. Because then they are going Poro, you are going Ghost on it. And then next turn you are using Kaisa to conquer, and you restand 2, you have the flash available. And you are kinda going first. So I like that play. I really do like that play. I think it's super good. And I think ghosting there is like taking a turn 1 to drop it was probably the bait. But I really do love the fact that they decided to take the ghost here. really good decision making on Arikonen's side. Then we are going to be dropping most likely Vanguard Captain alongside that Poro, because like we have the extra rune from Darius's ability since we played the Poro, so we can drop that Captain in base, start generating tokens, and now this is exactly when we would want Oak, because then next turn we can kill that Captain, hoping to find a Spectral Matron, and if we find the Matron, that game is like in a very good spot, if not like almost over already. We are seeing any most likely playing that Kai'Sa in that Dreaming Tree, I would say. Because like you have Kai'Sa, you conquer Dreaming Tree for free, then you flash back Kai'Sa, so you draw a card of Dreaming Tree, and Kai'Sa is able to conquer again next turn. So this turn, I think the play is accelerate Kai'Sa into Dreaming Tree, restand 2 with Annie's effect, then flash into Dreaming Tree. Yeah, I think this is a super good play. Like, I really do like the way Arikonen has been playing this first game, and I really do like the decisions he's making in this second one. So we are drawing one of Kai'Sa, passing turn, restanding 2 through Annie, and then most likely they are committed to pushing that Kai'Sa, because they kinda can't let it stay there. It gives you too many free points, and then you can just flash it, draw a card of flash, because Dreaming Tree, and then next turn you have Kai'Sa Cleave to draw another card, pushing a battlefield. So I really do love the way Arikonen has been managing this early game, especially the stack deck. Like, I think most people would have been baited on the stack deck to take the Poro and drop the Poro, but it was not the correct play. Like, this guy saw the correct play for sure. So we are seeing Poro, we are going to see Cleave being used on that Dreaming Tree, so we are going to draw a card of it, but Ari is just going to react with the flash, of course, also drawing a card and not losing that Kai'Sa there. So we are just doing that. Kai'Sa goes back to base, and then we draw through the Dreaming Tree. Fight or Flight is also super good. It's going to be a big help in playing around those Dravens in the late game. Like, if we have a battlefield and we want to close that game, we can just send the Draven back to base, and there's not much Darius can do about it. Like, they don't have the defies, they don't have the purple spells to move around the boards after you're done sending them back. They kinda have to accept it, try to play around it before it happens, but sometimes you can corner them into a spot that they can't really play around it. Now Kai'Sa trades Poro for free. I do like that play. We are getting another point and drawing another card, another Kai'Sa, which is going to be dropped in my opinion. There's no way you don't drop that Kai'Sa. You drop it, accelerate it, you kill that token, and then next turn you have that Void Seeker open to trade with that Kai'Sa that they're going to send at you. Yeah, that's the better play for sure. Like, you drop that red Kai'Sa here. Should I just use the pen though? Like, you drop this in there. Oh, they want to drop Poro? I like dropping this in there. And then, like, they come at you for Kai'Sa, but you still have 3 runes open and you can Void Seeker that Kai'Sa. But I guess that's not happening. Also, they used a Cleave already, so that would make even more sense, because they most likely don't have another one in the early game. We are seeing the stack deck. Another flash is definitely what we want to take there. Yeah, would have given even more value to the Kai'Sa, but I guess it's fine. And we passed with 5 runes open, so we are able... I do like that play though. We are now able to use both Flash and Void Seeker. Void Seeker to kill that Kai'Sa, and then Flash to potentially protect our Kai'Sa from like Kai'Sa Cleave or something like that. I do like that play. On the other side of the board, Ordin has just found Shen, which I kinda don't like as a card overall, but I think going first, especially when you're in control, it's fine. Now the thing is, you need to develop one Draven, because else these are going to be too slow and they are not going to impact that game. You need to develop a Draven now. So the question is, how do you want to deal with Kai'Sa? Maybe the answer is just crush Vanguard and token, but then if you do so, the Void Seeker has so much value. But you have to develop a Draven there. Like, you can't not develop the Draven, because if you don't, next turn is too late already. And also you don't have the hook and stuff, so you have to... Maybe you top deck it, then it's fine, but you have to play around the fact that you have it. Okay, so we are now seeing a dangerous duo hit the board. So we are trying to, push that Kai'Sa to 6 and then conquer. But they are most likely getting back at us with a flash and or fight or flight. Like fight or flight does the exact same. Like now they just have to flash. Or they could fight or flight. Yeah, they fight or flight the Kai'Sa. You don't draw from Kai'Sa. Vanguard dies, and if you have Cleave there, they can flash then. Yeah, I love that play. That play is super good too. It's even better. Like you send the Kai'Sa back there. If they have Cleave to use as a reaction, or sorry, as an action rather, to buff that Vanguard so it still outmites Kai'Sa, you can just flash it back to base, throw an extra card through the flash, and then you have Kai'Sa Cleave to push next turn. So that makes a lot of sense. I like the play. I really do like this play. I think we could have flashed though. But they did not give us an opportunity to do so. If they played anything after that trade, I could have seen a flash there. But now we have 3 useless cards in hand, basically. Like Draven is way too slow. Next turn, you probably won't be able to set up Draven. And King to Monk, we don't have the runes to play it, and next turn is going to be too late. Because now we see Cleave on that Darius. And then we are just going to be swinging at the battlefields, taking control. Why do we send Pore though? To play around Eden Blades? So we at least get the trade in? Potentially? Something like that. So we trade the tokens? I could see that. And then we pass with 4 runes open once again on any side. So we still have the opportunity to play either Flash or Voidseeker. We took over the board, and Kai'Sa is ready to conquer next turn, once again, and grab that extra draw. So Annie is in a really good spot. I don't even think we need both Vi and Ride the Wind to win that game. Because now, Darius' end is like super bad. He needs to top deck off Kai'Sa. But we have that Voidseeker. So probably he's going to send Kai'Sa to Dreaming Tree. And we just use Voidseeker. And then that game is kinda over. Cause yeah, we... What? Why are we Okay, cause we want to accelerate there. But why don't you just do it the other way around? Like, you play Darius, then you play Ofu and it has Legion, so you only pay 2. Like, it's better mathematically than what we just saw. You pay Darius for 5, then Ofu for 2, but then you use Darius' legend ability, so you only pay 1, so you pay 6. And instead, we paid 8. We paid 8 to do something that required 6 runes. Huh. We could have had the runes to play Shen on top. We could have had the runes to play Shen on top. Like, this is a major misplay, to be fair. This is a major mistake on Ordine's side. We could have had the runes to play Shen on top of it, and that could change a lot next turn. Like, that could actually be a losing move there. Because then this Darius is going to be able to trade both Darius and Poro. Then we can send potentially the Kai'Sa to conquer, but she's going to get Voidseekered. And then we have that dangerous duo that we could send somewhere to try and grab that conquer. And we could use Shen to defend it. We are going to see Flash there, so no Voidseeker used, but we protect Darius and Poro. This is way better, in my opinion, in like not knowing the opponent's end. We do know though that they have Draven Shen, so we know their end is nothing. But from Arikonen's perspective, I can kinda see like you can kinda expect that they don't need to top deck with Kai'Sa because they have 3 cards in hand, so most likely one of them is playable. But it's not the case. They just don't know about it. So we are going to have Draven, Shen, and Vayne as not playables, and we see the Voidseeker on that Kai'Sa to try and find a potential play. We are going to have another draw through the Kai'Sa, our very own Kai'Sa. And most likely we are going to do it now because there's no reason not to, right? The only thing they can do with an untapped rune is like X-Tech Ray. Most Darius lists don't play it. So we are going to draw an extra card in that stack deck. And then we are going to send Darius, action, play stack deck, restand Darius. So that Darius now is 7 mites. And trades with the opponent's Darius. We are getting the fight or flight for sure. Like, we want to send back that push. Whatever they use next turn, we want to send it back to base. And then probably we bring Darius back to base too. I mean, you don't want to give that free conquer, so you could keep it there. But also, you kinda don't want it to die for free. I guess they used Darius already, so it's fine. Yeah, you better... Yeah. You better stack there. And then you have Fight or Flight and Ride the Wind to try and roam around the board. And you probably drop a unit there to pressure a bit. Probably something like Traveling, I could see. I could see Traveling getting in the mix, probably in base. And like at some point, if you're looking for desperate options, you can try to Ride the Wind that Traveling. And potentially discard something and draw an extra card to get a play. But we are definitely in a good spot on Arikonen's side. We just need to hold one of these battlefields to win that game. We just need to hold once, and that game is over. Vayne is 5 might, because Assault 3. So it trades Kaisa, technically. But then they just have to Fight or Flight it. And then it's not that good. Also, Vayne is able to bounce back to Ant, paying an energy when she conquers. So it's like very valuable to be able to send this back to base. We see a trade there. You can't drop Shen there. You can't. I guess his opponent is telling him it's not legal. If not, I have to do so. You can't play a unit in a battlefield you don't control, and you are not the controller, you are the attacker. Let me just type fast. Let me just type fast. This is an illegal play. They are using Fight or Flight. I did use the chat there to tell them. Hope they saw it. Okay, great. They did see it. They did see it. Perfect. Shen is reaction. Yeah, Shen is reaction, but it does not bypass the playing rules of Riftbound. When you play a unit, you either play it in base or in a battlefield you control. You can't play a unit in a battlefield you don't control. And that's exactly the case for Shen. Which is different from the new Rengar that they announced for set 2. Because Rengar has a text line that says, you can play me in a battlefield you are attacking. Which makes sense. But Shen can't. Because Shen is only like reaction speed. So they crash everything. And that game is over then. Yeah, they scoop. They scoop off that mistake. So we are going to see Annie this time on Vulcan's side, fighting against Master Yi in what supposedly is a very tough matchup for Annie. But we're going to see if Vulcan is able to find a way out, or if Rady is able to secure the deal. Annie against Vilmos KW. Well, in my opinion, Vilmo is a bait into Annie. Like, this is not the reason Yi is so good into Annie. The reason is Defy, Windwall, and Rune Prison. Aside from that, like, Vilmo is kinda bait, because Vaya's ganking, and Vilmo, so the battlefield here, by the way, if you guys don't know about it, the battlefield here only, like, prevents you from moving back to base, but you can gank to the other battlefields. So, like, does not change a lot. Okay, they shuffle the runes, everything good. We kept the Defy and we drew the Poro, so everything's good. Vilmo is annoying. It is annoying, yes. But I don't think it's like game breaker. It's just like, could be better. We have that Scrap Heap though. So we have the Merchant Zone Scrap Heap combo that will allow us to not only draw 3 cards, but also, or 4 rather, no 3 cards, but also stack the trash very early in the game. Because we are going to be able to discard 2 cards and draw 3 out of that scrap heap. Ghost is going to eat the Poro. Interesting decision here on his side. I don't think you want to defy this, because the longer that game goes on, the better. So you are using discipline. Okay, so we decide, the question was like, do we want to defy and apply pressure? Or do we want to discipline, but then it means that we accept not playing Wielder of Water, which I think is like super fine. And this is what we do. I think this is the correct play. So Ghosts, just so you guys know, is... I can show you Ghost. It's like you return a unit at the battlefield with 3 might or less to its owner end. So they used it on the Poro. And then you react with Discipline. So the Poro goes to 4 might. And then the fact that it is now 4 might makes Ghost fizzle, because Ghost is 3 or less. So even though you target it preemptively, since it's now more than 3, you can't bounce it anymore, and so Ghost does not resolve. Which is why we play this interaction that way on his side, which I do like. Pretty curious though about why we did not go into that zone. I think we should probably have taken over zone. Potentially means that we did not want to discard any card from the end, but then once again, if we are ready to use Discipline on that Ghost, probably means that Wielder of Water is not going to have value in the game, because now we want to Kiana, I guess. And then next turn we are already thinking about Dead Bloom and Yeez and stuff. So I'd say we could have went into zone to optimize this a bit and like not give them a free draw, or a free cycle rather. Yeah, we are going to be dropping Kiana and we are going to pass turn there. We see the Falling Star in Annie's end. That could be extremely useful at killing some of them mid-game units. But also not so good in this spot, because Kiana has the deflect and like Annie is not Kaisa. If you pay Falling Star, you pay the full cost. So you have to be able to not pay the deflect, else you're just ruining your curve and your game. So we see a stack deck and a Darius there. Darius theoretically is super good there, because we are on stack deck already, so we just played it restance. But then getting Darius there also means that we are at the mercy of them having a buff, and then Poro is 5 on defense, and they play like Discipline and or Engward, and they trade with Darius, or even worse, they have double Engward and then we lose Darius. So I do think that on any side that Darius is a bit baity, a bit of a bait, and we'd rather take that right to win potentially, but not certain. We take that Darius, okay. Ghost could have been an option too, because then Ghost you force another buff, because now we are withstanding Darius, or it means that we are pushing with both Darius and Poro, but it's not a good play, because then they could just push through Poro with Kiana. Okay, so we are pushing with Darius and Poro, but if they have a buff, which they do, they are going to buff that green Poro, and then we are going to have to do some... They don't buff it though. I mean, you don't kill Darius if you don't buff it. Like, it has so much value. Killing that Darius, why would you not? Huh? Thank you for the photo, Cooper. Welcome, brother. Easy without Aurora good into Kaisa. It's decent. If you play Wind War, I'd say you are a bit favored. If you don't, I'd say Kaisa is a bit favored, but it's like pretty close though. Okay, so we decide not to kill Darius. I'm really like curious about this decision of not killing Darius. Then we have to use the Defy, because if we don't use the Defy there, we lose basically all of our tempo. So we have to use that Defy, else we just like set up and pass turn. Something like you don't Defy, then you go Wielder Pit, but it's a bit tough. So we have to use that Defy there, which I don't like, because now if we don't manage to draw into another Defy, we are stuck in that Vi right the win scenario. We don't have an out. That being said, we find the Charm there, which will help us clearing that Darius. So I don't think this was super optimal play on Radi's side, or Ye's side if you will. But I do think drawing that charm is going to help mitigate it. Because now Kiana is 5. They just want to play around Ghost, most likely. Or stack deck. Because now if you charm Darius, since they already played Fight or Flight this turn, if you charm Darius and they use a 1 energy cord, sorry, there you play 2 cords in this turn, so Darius has +2, and so Darius is eating 7 into that Kiana, but Kiana is also 7 through the buff and his effect, so you could have used something like Engwards to pump it if they do have that 1 might cord. So you bait that 1 energy cord, sorry, and then you still outmight it through like Engward Discipline. I think I like this play. I think this play was cool. Like charming, and then if they have something, you just play Engward or Discipline. Is a great way to value, and also killing Darius is important. Because like right now, Darius is going to be able to meet Kiana there. We are dropping what? A Vayne? Yeah, we are dropping a Vayne there. Vayne is going to restand Darius, come and trade with it. So we are most likely killing that Darius. But then they can use that energy they have left to bounce Vayne. So we are in kind of a tough spot. Remember that this Vayne is not 2 might, it's 5 might because it has Assault 3. So you can't outmight it through Engward Discipline. If you Engward Discipline there, you are on 11 and Annie is on 12. Isn't that illegal? Vilme beats Fight or Flight. Oh yeah, that makes sense though. That makes sense. Did they... Yeah. Guys, Fight or Flight. Darius from Vilme, pas possible. Or will they be able to repair the game state then? Because you can't move units to base from Vilme. So they used Fight or Flight to move that Darius back to base, but you can't. You can't move units from here to base. Can't beat scan. Yeah, I think so. I think it was illegal. I'm almost certain it was illegal. I'm going to tell them I have the tracking of cards in ends. I'm trying to help them repair the game state. Might as well jump in the vocal room right now to try and help them. Give me a second. Ouais, je suis venu vous aider à réparer les boys. Mais j'ai le tracking de tes cartes en main, parce que je vois ta main, donc tu peux juste refaire ta main et je confirmerai que c'est bien ça. Ouais. Exactement, et t'avais un... La carte du Tutatrash était dans ta main du coup, je crois. Ouais, c'est ça. Ouais. Et je crois que Reddit a déjà ramp tes runes du prochain tour. Tu feras gaffe à pas ramp 2 fois. Ok, parfait. Bon bah c'est bon. Désolé pour le petite interruption, mais c'était important. Bonne game à vous. Alright, we fixed it, chat. We fixed it. Katchouze, right? Katchouze. I can only move with ganking or ride the wind. Sorry, I'm Yasuo player. You were absolutely right. You were absolutely right to tell us, and fortunately, it was repairable. Like, we could repair that game state. So, I'm fine with that. Like, I think we were able to make it fair for both players. Vulcan made an illegal play, but also got a bit of a disadvantage because he revealed some of the cards in his hand. He revealed Vayne while playing it, and also Falling Star while discarding it through Zone's Warrants. So, like, he got kinda punished for the illegal play. So I guess I'm fine with that. Also, both players seem to think it was like just an honest mistake. So fair enough. So good catch, yeah, exactly. Good catch on your end. Thank you for noticing me. And we fixed it, and we're back into the game. Don't worry. So he's thinking, because now he has a completely different perspective on things and how he wants to play this turn. And it's way tougher. Because now we are in a scenario in which, like, we can't move neither Darius or Poro. They are completely stuck into that Vilmos lair battlefields. Are we going to see something like Vayne? Or we see the Falling Star, though. They paid 2 runes already. No? Didn't they? Why did they recycle 2 runes, though? Or they only recycled 1? Because now they are playing Falling Star. Bottomed 4 Fury runes. So they are playing Falling Star, paying the full deflect cost on that Kiana. And most likely they're just going to use Engward or Discipline and pump that Kiana so it survives to Falling Star. And it's terrible then. If they manage to do it, it's like very hard for any to get back into that game because they recycled 4 runes. 5 runes even, because they have to pay for Vayne too. So 5 runes to not kill Kiana is super tough. So we are going to be double targeting Kiana most likely. Seeing the deflect cost that we paid. Kitty cat. You want to go out, kitty? Vilmo is huge, good repair. Yep, perfect repair. There. But then they let Kiana die though. Okay, so they really don't want to use them Disciplines and Engwards. I think they had a good shot at using them last turn to kill that Darius. But the fact that they decide not to use them here, interesting though. Potentially we want to go Dead Bloom Engward, so I could see that, but then why don't you just use that Discipline? That makes a lot of sense here, no? Like, I definitely see the Dead Bloom Engward play there. But then why don't we just drop that Discipline? I kinda don't get it though. So Annie restants the 2 runes of her Legend's ability. Now we have the board on any side, but we are in a tough situation. Like, we are basically all in. If they manage to recapture that board, that game is over. And I think Dead Bloom into Vilmo plus Engward is like super good. We are dropping Champion instead. Okay, interesting. So we want to use Champion to capture Vilmo through Engward, and then okay, we get there. Weird. Now they are most likely going to be using Fight or Flight anyway, yep. But I would have loved... Okay, they Fight or Flight the Vayne. Interesting. I think the better trade... Okay, so... What do they potentially have on 2 runes? Most likely they have Fight or Flight or Ride the Wind. I would have loved to see that he go into that Vilmo, and then you play that Engward, and he is 8, so he goes above Poro and Darius, because then you are playing around Fight or Flight. Because they can't send neither Darius Poro nor EE to base, because both players' units are in Vilmo, but then next turn your EE has ganking to contest the other battlefields. So I would have loved to see that play of like going into Vilmo to play around Fight or Flight. That would have been such a strong play on Rady's side. I guess we did not see it, I have to say it's not like a very common interaction. Not a lot of decks use Vilme, but it was like super interesting to, like, you go Yi there, you use Engward, you kill both, can't play Fight or Flight because Vilme, and then next turn you can just gank in there and like not be stuck in the Vilme's lair. Yeah, no discipline on the Kiana is also quite weird. I guess we consider them both cards as win conditions in the late game, because it's like, it's not like a miss, because it's the second time we've been not using this. It was also super good on Poro before. One of these to trade with Darius on Poro was super good, and we did not use them. So I guess we are using them as potential win conditions for later on. That being said, oh, we are going to send Dead Bloom there. Okay, straight away. Dead Bloom in the battlefields. I would have loved to see... We keep Dead Bloom, and then we just use Yi's ganking ability to send him there. Use any of these two to push through it, and then we reconquer this one with Pit, because Pit is enough to face that Merchant. And then we still have Dead Bloom in case our ball gets blown away, like Falling Star on Yi or something. We still have the Dead Bloom to recapture in case of need. Because now basically the only thing that kills us is their 2 cards in hand, or Vi and Ride the Wind. Which they could potentially be, because we are going to be drawing 2 cards there. We find the Vi, we don't find the Ride the Wind, hopefully. And then I don't think we can capture, and then that game is over. I mean, we can use... Nah, we can use Void to draw, but we don't have the runes to play Ride the Wind after that. So like, Seeker to draw, I guess. Don't have an option. And then we see what happens. But we won't have the runes to play both Vi and a potential Ride the Wind top deck. But anyway, the Yi matchup is like super difficult for any. It's naturally difficult because Yi is able to put such big bodies for a cheap amount of runes in the early game. Like Poros and stuff that we saw in that game. And also, Yi has Defy, Rune Prison, and potentially Windwall, and potentially Charm. So like your bodies are getting blown apart and you can't do much about it. And then that game is over. Yes, no Ride the Wind. We only see it now. It was in a lot of cards. So game 1 is going Rady's way. 1-0 for that Master Yi. In somewhat of a strong showing in game 1 on this side. And a bit of a fumble over that Vilmo too. Vilmo's lair, putting in the work. I think we could have played around it better on both players' ends. I also think Rady could have used it to play around that potential Fight or Flight, which we did not see. So there were a lot of cool play possible there. We did not see any of them, but like, I guess it's cool. Like, it was still a cool game and kind of showcases why the Yi matchup is tough for any. Also, I should probably use this in between games to tweet that I'm live streaming, because I did not do it since I'm a terrible streamer. Give me a second. Where's... I think I have an image somewhere. I just have to edit it. I think I have it somewhere, no? Or not? Let me just check PNG. So game 2 is starting. Any going first is going to use Arena's Greatest, which makes a lot of sense. Definitely one of the better battlefields for any, especially going first. On the other end, Yi is going to use that Catalyst of Power because he knows he's most likely going second. And so I can only guess he went the ramping route with the Catalysts of Ions, which means going second on this first turn, he could potentially drop Catalyst on 4 runes, and then his second turn, he would be at 8 runes, which is like super strong. He could already start playing like Dead Blooms and stuff. Kinda does not make sense how strong this is. Last week, I guess it was last week? Let me check. So we are seeing any drop that Traveling Merchant, perfect to be able to stack the end in the early game and either prepare for that Vi or find the combo pieces that we are still missing. Where's that PNG though? Huh. Not here. And he's going to be able to push Mastery, not finding a turn 1 play, but rather finding a ramp, which is what we've been looking for. And also finding them Rune Prisons to be able to contest potential Vi Ride the Wind plays. Kai'Sa is going to be accelerated there. We are going to use it to conquer that obelisk of power there, stack a 3rd point. And since Yi is kinda late on board pressure, we can afford to do that. We also have the Fight or Flight to potentially protect it from Yi champion, which is most likely what we are going to see there. I mean, depends on Raidy's playstyle. You should probably not play it, but I think we are going to see it, yeah, exactly. Because like, against Annie, you kind of feel like you're pressured and you have to fight for the board. The problem is this Yi is going to die to Darius Cleave next turn, which is super positive interaction for Annie, because then the board is empty again, and you have to either draw Dead Bloom or you have to spend another turn setting up. Fight or Flight is going to be drop. I don't like that play. I don't like that play. I think you want that Yi to be there. Like, it's fine, you lose your Merchant, whatever, because then you have Darius Cleave there to push through that Yi and kill it, and Yi is forced to another setup turn. Now, next turn, that Yi has access to a body to drop White Flame on. I don't like that play. I really don't like that play. This is only Shanghai Nationals. No, yep, it is only Shanghai Nationals. I will try to... Where can I find it though? Oh, it's something like that, maybe? Nope. Where the fuck is this? Well, I'll just look for it after the game. It's fine. Garbage streamer Pog. What do you mean, lol? What do you mean, garbage streamer? Not tweeting? Yeah, my bad, my bad. You're right. Me Garbini. So we are seeing that Kai'Sa being dropped once again. This time, we decide not to accelerate it, which makes sense because we can conquer. We only just retreated that Traveling Merchants. But we are still on 5 points, so this is getting critical on Raidy's side. You now have to retake that board. Good news is that we now have Mastery ready in base, whereas like Darius Cleave would have punished us way harder. But we are going to see that he able to roam around now, trying to take a trade at that Kai'Sa. We are going to see a Void Seeker there, so Yi drops to 2 and gets killed by Kai'Sa, even through either Engward or Discipline, so you have to have both of these, which you don't. You could potentially consider using Rune Prison though, which would make it so that Kai'Sa does not deal damage, but that also means that you are losing your Yi to Darius Cleave next turn. So might as well just take that trait, I guess. You know that they can't win next turn, because they are on 7 points. So might as well not take that trait, play something like Clockwork, Wielder, then find your center for 1 rune. I would have seen something like that. Okay, so we are dropping Discipline, finding the Defy of the top, and now we kinda want to Defy the Void Seeker, but we are not going to do so. So it's now a 4-in-4 trade, which means we are still trading if he does nothing. Now that you have picked that route, might as well use the Find Your Center to try and find a potential Engwards. And we are using the Rune Prison. Okay, super expensive play there. We could have just Rune Prisons, and that was like the same result, right? Same end results. So we take that trade, kinda wasted the Discipline. Maybe we were looking for a better top deck, but we did not find one. I think we could have defied though. Like we draw the Defy of Discipline, then we defy the Void Seeker. Then we still have an extra rune. So we still have like 5 runes open. We can drop like Wielder, and we still have 3 runes open for potentially Clockwork, Find Your Center. I would say that. Or Charm, Clockwork, something like that. Or just Charm, Find Your Center, so that you just re-ramp that rune that you just recycled through Charm. And then you don't have to pay a billion power. Defy. Yeah. I think you either decide that you are going to Rune Prison at the very start of the interaction, or you decide that you want to top deck something of Discipline, then you use Discipline, then you top deck an out, but you don't use it, which is weird. So yeah, that Kaisa is going to die to the Charm. And then we are probably passing. I'd say we are passing there. Because we could develop Clockwork, but that would also give us the free info that Darius Cleave trades the whole board. Which is something that we don't want. We want to bait that we have potential buffs. So find makes sense here. Finding the Tasty off the top. Not so good, but still an accelerate unit. So we could have a use for it next turn. And then what? It's passing, most likely. You don't want to use Clockwork there. You definitely want to have 9 runes next turn to either drop White Flame or accelerate Tasty and have a Defy open. Clockwork is not a good play. I mean, it's fine because it sets White Flame up if your Yi dies to Darius Cleave. But still, like, you found Tasty, and I don't see a way you are winning to Vi Ride the Wind right now. So I feel like this is kind of playing to lose. If they have Vi Ride the Wind, you just lose that game. It's fine. Anyway, you can't do anything about it. Because now they have 6 points. Now you are setting up the White Flame, but what to trade what is the question. Because if they go Darius Cleave, which is what they're going to do right now. Here they go Darius Cleave. Next turn, Fiffolk is enough to beat Darius Cleave. So you don't need that Clockwork body in base. And Fiffolk scales way better in the longer game. That being said, you are able to contest that merchant if they don't have any spell. But if they do have any spell, like basically you are playing suboptimally around potential cards that you can't do anything against. So like yeah, they have the Rebuke. So what, like they are going to use White Flame on Clockwork, push with Clockwork, and then have it sent back to end, and it's like game over basically. So it's now 1-1. Any won the going first game, and we are going to have a game 3. What platform are you playing at? TCG Arena is the platform. If you are any, you just drop Draven. Either you drop Draven in base, or just Darius Cleave is fine. Because then he has to retake both, and if you have a spell, which we do have in Fight or Flight, they can't retake both. Because then they have 9 runes, which means they have to tap everything but 1 rune to fight for a battlefield through like Dead Bloom or Fiffolk. Then you can just hide that Fight or Flight, and if they defy it, you have the Rebuke to close that game. So yeah, like it was checkmate. Capturing both them points, conquering both them points was checkmate, basically. And we found it on Vulcain's side. Thank you for the follow, Magic. Ooh. This is a super strong end on his side. Double Defy Rune Prison is like cracked in the matchup. And we also have access to a turn 1. Not the best of them all, but not some... Nocturne? Huh? Like we are siding them Nocturnes for game 3 as any. Okay, this is unexpected, chat. This is unexpected. And Ragey, decides to get rid of one of them defies. Probably a mistake. Probably you keep the defies, no? Like, you want to have that margin to be able to use one of these on a mid-game spell and still have one for the Ride the Wind in the late game. And we see that Vi Ride the Wind. Oh, and we find the Nocturne off the top too. So we are dropping the Nocturne, and then we are picking Merchant, most likely. Yes, exactly. We are picking Merchants. Nocturne is going to eat the boards. And that's already a super strong start for any. But this game is so favorable to Mastery so far. We have the Aspirant's Climb, which is you have to go to 9 points to win the game. So this is already super favorable. And also Yi is going first. So we have to find some of these eye roll cards if we are any to try and win that game. And we are doing so in the Nocturne in this early game. Clockwork is going to fight for the board. Do we want to Ride the Wind the Nocturne there? It's actually not so bad. I think we want to. Yeah. Because this beats Clockwork. This scores, triggers the Candlelit Sanctum, and then also scores from the Ode. So 100% on his side, you want to defy this. Like, you have to defy this. It's not a question. You have to defy it. But also, it kind of forces you to slow down and recycle your green rune. So, like, this makes sense on any side. You are way better at playing on a low rune count than you will ever be. And it prevents them from dropping Kiana there. Not going to say I love that play, but like, I don't hate it. Is the Ride the Wind going through though? Is the Ride the Wind going through? You have to defy that one. Which is why I would have kept the 2 defies, by the way. Because then you can defy now, and you also have that defy for the super late game. And the Vi the Wind combo. So defy seems to be going through. Interesting. If it's to use Rune Prison, I don't like it though. Like, just defy the Ride the Wind. We are thinking on Rady's sides. Please don't use Rune Prison. Please use that defy and then set up a Wielder in base and then pass. Please do that. Please do that. But I think Ride the Wind already resolved. Because Nocturne is ready. Which I guess means that Rady said, okay, you can untap it. Ride the Wind resolves. But I don't like it. Is there a problem though? Or are they wondering if his ability is going to trigger or not? I don't want to ask questions, because I don't want to hint at anything. Okay, we are using defy on the Ride the Wind. Okay, that makes sense. I think they were talking about, like, am I attacker or defender in that spot? Because then that changes a lot. But Clockwork was definitely attacker. So that Clockwork was only 2. No E passive there. So we are seeing that Clockwork conquer the Candlelit Sanctum. And then we are dropping a Wielder in base and passing there. Merchant is going to conquer, pitching the Nocturne that we drew. Free pitch, we like that. And then most likely Nocturne is going to try and trade with that Clockwork, right? Like, you don't want to let Yi stack 3 points in this early game. You could potentially not trade, but then this means that their Wielder kills your Merchant next turn, and your Nocturne can't retake neither the Wielder or the Clockwork. Or you could do that, but like, this is super risky. Because if they find a swing in this, as in like Engwood, Discipline, whatever buff, game is almost over. Like, that game is almost over. This is super risky. If he had any buff, but he was full tapped the previous turn. He had no rune open. So no buff potentially used. So I think you had to trade with that Nocturne. Because now if they have Discipline or Engward or something, they just like crush that Wielder through Discipline or Engward. Or, which is most likely what's going to happen, they just like charm something in there, in the other battlefields, and they blow apart your board. That game is very tough. As in like almost over. Now they must be calculating, but I think the correct play is drop Kiana there. Yeah, this is the correct play for sure. It's like very expensive, but still, like drop Kiana there. Then retreat this here. Then, oh, you don't have a green rune. You can't charm because we don't have a green rune. Okay, that makes sense. Because then the correct play would have been drop Kiana there, bring back the Clockwork, charm the Nocturne, he dies. Then push with the Wielder on the Merchant, he dies, and that game is almost over. Like they can't move Merchants, they don't have the runes to Darius something. That game was almost over. But we don't have a green rune. So yeah, I guess the play was Kiana base and pass. I think you're right. I think since we don't have a green rune specifically, the play there was Kiana base and pass. But we were not able to find it because, like, no green rune kinda threw us off. Yeah, I think you should develop Kiana though, one way or another. I agree with that. So Merchant is going to move back, allowing us to cycle one more court. Opponents can't gank, can't Darius. Yeah, they can't Darius. But if you have a green rune, the optimal play seems to be dropping Kiana, then dropping the Charm, then killing the Nocturne, then taking off the board, and they can't reconquer for at least 2 turns, which is like super huge. And then you can start ramping and developing. But now, we are going to see a gank and a cleave being dropped on that Nocturne, which is now 7 mites, so able to overcome the 6 mites of that Wielder of Water. And the big problem in there is that we still don't have a green rune, so we are not able to use that Rune Prison to deal with that trait. And that's a big problem on Radis' side. The lack of green runes is definitely terrible for the strategy. We are on potentially a 6-6 split, but in the 6 first runes, we only saw a green one so far. 6, sorry, sick? What do you mean, lol? Oh, the cleave will be dick for any. The cleave is dick, indeed. Nah, gotcha, don't worry. Wielder can clear Nocturne. Yes? No, can't. Because cleave. Cleave makes a lot of sense there. And like, if you have to attack into Nocturne, then use Rune Prison so your Wielder survives and Nocturne dies, I guess you are rather happy. Now we found the Discipline of the top. Okay, this is a great chord to draw there. Because now we can Wielder over Nocturne. They do have the Rebuke, but like they don't want to Rebuke a Wielder, I guess. So we can kinda Wielder over Nocturne, Kiana in base, and trade the Clockwork would be the play. And potentially we draw something off the Discipline that is good too. But I really do think we want to Wielder Discipline there over that Nocturne. And then we just push with the Clockwork to get a free trade. And then Kiana, or we keep the Clockwork. We don't want to use Charm, because then Charm means we recycle 1 for Kiana and 1 for Charm, which means next turn we are on 7 again, and we can't combine Yi Champion with a spell. So we want to have at least 8 runes next turn, so we can top deck Fifolk is live, top deck Dead Bloom is live, and Yi plus spell is live. So we want to recycle only 1 this turn, this is certain. Okay, I don't think I like this. Because now that Nocturne is going to be a threat once again. For quite some time. Or you just go Champion into it, but if you go Champion into it, then they most likely Rebuke, no? We are going to see Charm there, seeing play. Oh yeah, Charm is good, dude. Yeah, Charm is good. Yeah, Charm is good there. My bad, now they have a green rune. I was stuck on that they can't use the green rune idea, but yeah, they have a green rune, so Charm is good now. My bad. Charm was unusable in my thought process. Yeah. Charm is good. We are going to see Rebuke. Bounce Wielder to the end, so super expensive. But then Nocturne conquers, so we score a point. And we only have 6 runes open. I mean, like, is Charm that good? Because if they have either Fight or Flight or Rebuke, and they bounce that Wielder to end, even Ghosts, like you have Discipline to play around Ghosts, but like Force is Discipline. If they have anything that can bounce the Wielder to the end, or at least remove it, then it's a free point for Nocturne. It's actually 2 free points, because then they can hold 2. Like you just gave them, I mean they were holding anyway, so you just gave them a free point. But like, that's a pretty important one. And now Clockwork is going to be met with Voidseeker. And then Merchant is going to conquer. We did not hold, I think. Yeah, we scored a point from holding. He is definitely a Kiana earlier. Yeah, he needed to develop that Kiana earlier. So now that Clockwork is being met with Voidseeker. Because the problem with Charm, when you don't have the defies and stuff to play with it, is that sometimes Charm is just give a point to your opponents during your turn. And that's a hell of a problem in the any matchup. So we are scoring the 6 points on Vulcan's side. Are we going to score it? Yeah, we are going to score it definitely. And now we are in Vi range. Vi the Wind is enabled. If we have access to Ride the Wind, we can score them points. Good news is we have Rune Prison on his side, which completely nerfs Vi. Because like, they go Vi, they recycle the trash, they go Ride the Wind to push, you Rune Prison. No matter how much it can move, Vi is stunned and can't do anything. But in that scenario, they also have Vayne and Darius. So like, they have other options to get them points. Are we going to be able to contest the Nocturne? Yeah, through the champion most likely. Is what we're going to see. We are going to develop the champion, try to run over Nocturne, and then... But also, if we develop champion, it means we don't have the runes to Rune Prison. So we die to Ride the Wind Vi. We die to Ride the Wind Vi, so we can't develop the champion there. Oh no, we don't. We don't, because actually we are on Aspirants. So they have to be on 7 to enable. Okay, we found the Defy. This is super good. We keep it at the top deck. We draw it through Discipline. So now we know that we have a Defy at ends that we can draw off Discipline. Super good. Super good. Reveal there from the Candlelit. So we now know we can play around the Vi the Wind combo. If they go Ride the Wind, we just go Discipline on Vi, draw the card, and then use Defy on Ride the Wind, and they can't do anything. So like, we disabled Vi Ride the Wind. Now what we have to care about is them aggressive plays from accelerates like Darius and Vayne. And we have Rune Prison to deal with this. And also Discipline. So I think we are in a great spot now that we saw that Defy. Which is rather lucky, because remember, we had 2 in opening and we mulligan 1, used 1. So this is the only Defy left in the deck, and we have 30 cards in the deck. So rather lucky that we are able to find the Defy there. On Reddy's side. But most likely clutching that game. Kiana Poro is cool, but I don't think you want to Kiana Poro. Because you want to be able to Discipline, and off that Discipline, draw that Defy and use it instantly, I would say. So we are dropping that any, preparing the Ride the Wind play for next turn. Now we are most likely going to pass. Yeah, retreating the Nocturne makes sense there. I like that play. Restant 2, pass. Then Nocturne could be used to conquer, or at least face Kiana, but would die to Discipline, but would also not die to Fight or Flight. I don't think you want to Ride the Wind there though. You want to keep it for that Vi play. And if it does not go through, do you have the runes? You don't have the runes. You don't have the runes to go Vi, Darius, Ride the Wind. Because I think you would have loved to go Darius, then Vi, then Ride the Wind, and if they like stop the Ride the Wind, you still have the runes to have Darius roaming around the board, beating that Kiana, essentially. But that will not be the case. We have the Fight or Flight though, so that game is not over yet. We could, I guess, potentially bait that DeFi to come out with the Fight or Flight. I mean, they know we have to Ride the Wind. But can we use DeFi to put them in a... or Fight or Flight to put them in a spot in which they have to DeFi it or they lose? Is there a winning scenario? Like, if you go Darius in base, then use DeFi... then use Fight or Flight, sorry, on Kiana, it's winning scenario, no? They have to DeFi. But then... yeah, I think that makes sense. Poro pass? Huh. Okay. So now we have a winning scenario without Vi Ride the Wind, don't we? It's like Darius. Yes, we do. Darius. I mean, they have double discipline though and Rune Prison. But we can force the DeFi through Fight or Flight. Fight or Flight almost forces DeFi. Dear. Yeah, we are going to see it drop most likely on the Wielder. No, you pay the DeFi cost, so you want to... huh. Why would you just not use it on Wielder though? Why would you give Kiana an extra opportunity to conquer and still pay the deflect cost for no reason? Because then we could force that Wielder with like Darius. Because it now like... it's now... like if this Fight or Flight is not getting defied, we can Darius and we can apply a lot of pressure. Because we can like Darius plus Nocturne into Kiana, which is 6. You attack with 11 into 6. So even if they use double discipline, they don't have it. And then you can just push into the other battlefield with 80. And of course, you are losing to Rune Prison. But aren't you losing to Rune Prison anyway, first of all? And second of all, ain't that enough that you can enable Ride the Wind Darius next turn to win off of it? Is the question I'm thinking about. He can win if he does not divide the Fight or Flight. Yeah, but like that's a pretty interesting setup. Like you put him in a spot in which like he has to consider the ins and outs of everything that this Fight or Flight allows you to do. Looks like we used it on Kiana though. So that already gives us better options as to conquering with Kiana next turn. Thank you for the follow last. Welcome home, brother. So I do like the fact that we activate Fight or Flight now. And I think it's a pretty good bait. Pretty decent bait. Because here there are two scenarios. Scenario 1, they DeFi. We Vi the Wind, we win the game. They decide not to. So now we have to find a winning plan that does not die to DeFi. But I think it exists. Because now Vayne or Darius. And now we push everything into Wielder. They are using Rune Prison for sure. It's 11 in 6. So they have to use Rune Prison on Darius. For sure. But then Darius goes back to base. Nocturne dies. He ults. And we have Ride the Wind potentially for next turn to bring that Darius up to Amy's battlefields. Is it enough though? It's not. So I think he made the right call. I think he made the right call there. Correct reads. Really, really good reads. We are using discipline though. Uh-huh. Do I like this? I think I don't. Don't use the second one, please. because it could be like it could mean problems for the next turn. We are using it. Oh, I mean we have Yi though. No, we have Yi champ, so it's fine. We are just using Rune Prison there, stunning that Darius. So he's not going to deal damage. Thank you for the follow, Foxtrot. So Darius is not going to deal damage. Then we are going to kill Nocturne, keep control of the battlefield. And this is what I was talking about at the beginning of this round. Is like, in my opinion, any can't win if Master Yi is running Rune Prison, which he should be. He should be running Rune Prison, because like it's good into the Yi mirror match, it's good into the set matchup, which is tough for Yi, and it's very good into Annie, which is like easy for Yi, but might as well bring it there, right? I don't think Annie can win if Yi draws like average and is on Rune Prison, because now we can check the hands. We can check the hand and we can just kill the Annie champion and that game is over. Close game though. Close game 3. Pretty close. I liked it. It was fun time. There were small misplays here and there, but it was still interesting to watch. I like that game. Can I see? Yeah, please. Okay, great. Perfect. Let me just check this. So now we are just winning off that one. Nothing Annie can do there. We got rid of the right win. And this will be a win for Rady in what came down like what of a show match we had. It came down to the very last point, to the very last decision. Pretty interesting. Nice bait on Vulcain's side and nice composure on Rady's side to make sure we don't fall for the bait, and we are able to keep that defy, even though that fight or flight meant Darius can be ready, meant Vayne had a lot of impact too, but we were able to find... Oh, I think they are just debriefing the game, but Rady won for sure. Rady won for sure. Alright chat, we're back at it. So it seems like I'm spectating someone that I know, but I did not know I know. In Genesect, but I know him from IRL apparently, and we are going to be having a Viktor game there. Pretty cool, pretty cool that we have that Viktor game. I was not expecting to find such a like underplayed leader in these foreign tournaments, but pretty happy to see Viktor. Also, let me just unhide the chords so we see the ends and stuff. So we have Yi on top and Viktor on the bottom. For those of you who don't know Viktor, Viktor is tap me, pay an energy, spawn a token. And this guy seems to be on an eye roll list, which is going to drop Soaring Scouts and recruit there to conquer both battlefields into Yi that is missing both turn 1 play and turn 2 play. So pretty tough. It's great we get to see their ends. Yeah, I like the fact that we can see the ends too. Like, I think for hype, it's better if we don't see them. Like, hype-wise, you can go like, he found it from the top deck, oh my god. But also from a pure analysis perspective, I really like that we see the ends. Allows for much more technical depth, in my opinion. So Viktor is going to drop the power there, with the seal being played and the Vanguard Captain dropping the tokens, then Viktor's legend ability also dropping a token, and so we have a lot of these already available on board. We have 6 runes open and Yi finally able to drop its first units, but it's only a pit rookie there. Poredo is going to see play and then Viktor is going to be dropped in base. You are not too afraid to drop that Viktor if you're Frozen Phoenix, because then you could just potentially have it charmed, but like you have so many tokens in base that charming that Viktor would not be so much of a problem in my opinion. And we already got 4 of them early points and we have the stratagem, so we definitely want to protect as many units as we can to be able to value that stratagem in the late game. Dead Bloom, oh no, Fiffolk is going to see play there. And we are going to accelerate it to probably contest that recruit. We decide not to contest the recruit. Okay, we decide to contest it with Pit Rookie rather. Which I think Viktor is pretty happy with, because he can just like send the Vanguards and a few tokens to beat that Pit Rookie. Does not care too much about Vilmo. And then spawn tokens of yellow Viktor. So I don't think that Pit Rookie is so much of a problem on Viktor's side. Potentially you just send Poro and you play Stupefy too. Could be a thing. Or you definitely don't want to send that extra recruit though. Because now they are killing everything but the scouts. You want to make this trade. Yeah, they are for sure killing everything but the scouts. We want to make this trade as worth it as possible. So in my opinion, you send Poro plus scout. Both get killed. You spawn 2 tokens through Viktor and then you conquer with a singular token. Because right now, you are going to lose a rune of the scout. So we are seeing a Cold Week being dropped. Deciding not to kill the scout is interesting. But we managed to kill that Fiffolk though, which makes a lot of sense. I think there could be optimization in the way we generate tokens there. I think, I'd say. But it's fine, it's not like terrible. We conquer with both 1 might units. Did Viktor miss the token trigger? He killed a token to play, or was it, like, is it only recruits? Yeah, this is a recruit. So does not change. Like this plays recruits. So this does not trigger. And then we are going to see Evangel. Okay, super strong play there that we are able to Evangel. Because then if they come back and trade at Evangel, we have a billion token in base available for the stratagem play. Poro died. Yep, Poro died and they spawned the token off of it. They just took the token that was in battlefield and brought it back to base. But the token was dead. They just like did not spawn another one. They just moved the first one. And we get that Ravenbloom there of the Stupefy. Okay, so that game is most likely over. Because there's no way Genosect plays around everything that's on board. Sorry, everything that's on board now. And also that stratagem that's in the hands. They don't play Wind Wall. They can't defy the stratagem. And whatever they do at trying to reconquer, we are going to be able to spawn units in tokens through that Viktor. So we are going to see Dead Bloom, but then Evangel is going to die spawning 3 tokens and Yellow Viktor is going to spawn a token for Evangel dying. So we now have 4 tokens in base, 3 extra ones, 3 additional ones, 2, 3 exactly. And now the stratagem is too big of a play and they can't do anything about it. That game is over. They just drop stratagem, push everything to the battlefield, and you have 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. 30 plus 5 is plus 8 is 38, plus 9 is 47. So we have 47 might, nothing they can do about it. We definitely got the curve that we wanted to see in Viktor there. Also, Master Yi missing on turn 1 and turn 2 did not help, for sure. But yeah, no way we find an option here. We are just going to let that discipline resolve, drawing a court, and then we are just going to use stratagem there, and that game is over. Nothing you can do if you're Master Yi. Viktor finding the curve and winning game 1 of a stratagem is basically the game plan you want to go for as Viktor, and we saw it in full display there. Yi versus Viktor, exactly. Exactly. This is Yi versus Viktor. Both players are undefeated. The format of this tourney is King of the Hill. So you lose, you're out. You win, you stay in, basically. So both players are 3-0 in this tournament. And both players are already qualified for playoffs because they are top 8. But let's see if one of these can claim the final victory over the entire tourney. We are going to see both players being on Grove of the God Willow. So usually I would say being on Grove as going second does not make sense. But in this specific scenario, since you have 2 Groves, you probably are able to capture one of them. So I guess it's okay. Blast Cone is a super strong card into Yi. Because they can't defy it. Like, it's a smoke screen that they can't defy. So it's like super duper strong into Yi. Also, when it dies, you get the value of yellow Viktor, generating a token. And we find the Fox. We have a super good opening end. And we are still missing on turn 1 on Genosect's side. So Viktor is going to be in a pseudo go first situation once again. Dropping a Ravenbloom and a token there. Great decision making, not dropping that Poro. We are dropping it next turn to benefit from the assault potentially. And we still don't find a turn 2 on Genosect's side. Ay, my friends. Ay, as we say here. So not playing turn 1, not playing turn 2. We are definitely on a ramp Yi list. But what a tough start for Genosect. Poro is going to see play. Recruit is going to be played in base 2. And we are potentially not even hiding that Blast Cone, because realistically, what can Yi do on 6 runes that would retake that board? I would probably not have hidden the Blast Cone. I could see hiding the Consult, but I think you kinda don't want to. Because, like, once again, realistically, what is Yi doing in this scenario that allows him to retake the board? Nothing. You could have had an extra rune for free there. I mean, it's not like trash. Also, we draw a bunch of them groves. So, like, Konsu does not have so much value there. Now we know that they can White Flame next turn, so we really want to play that Cold Week. We really do want to play that Cold Week here. And back-to-back is an interesting tech card there. Why are we playing back-to-back? Pretty good. Cool, we're going to kill the token. And the Pit Rookie, if they decide to defy, we are going to use Ko again. And they probably are defying again. But then they are on 6 runes. Like, if they don't defy, they don't have a body to drop White Flame on. So they are back to square 1. But if they do defy, and we just use Ko again, they have to defy again and they are back to square 1. Now, they have Discipline and Engwords to support that Pit Rookie. But against several Blastcone Fizz, it's definitely not going to be enough. So we are going to be using Viktor's effects to drop another Recruit in a battlefield this time. And then we are pushing the Poro there, pushing a token there. Probably hiding a Quartz in that Recruit's battlefields. I'd like to add the Blast Cone there. Yeah, we are definitely hiding Blast Cone in the Recruit battlefields. And then I guess we are passing with 3 runes open to be able to potentially play back-to-back, which is pretty good at defending the Ravenbloom battlefield. And then the token's battlefield is defended by the Blast Cone. Tapping 7, we are dropping Yi, I guess. Yup, accelerating Yi out there, but back-to-back is going to hit so hard there. Because back-to-back is +2 twice, so now it's 4 +2, 8. +2, 2 times 8, plus Ravenbloom 9. So we are using that back-to-back to protect both Ravenbloom and Yellow Poro there. Yi is not going to be able to do anything and is just dying, killing the Ravenbloom, I guess. Yeah, you kill the Ravenbloom there. But the Poro survives, he's going to be holding, and you are going to be able to draw 2 extra cards of each grove. And we see another Cold Week. This is the nail on the coffin. This is the nail on the coffin. Like, Cold Week twice is game over there. Because you want to disable their White Flame, so that next turn, if they push, they do it with either Tasty or Deadbloom, and you have Blast Cones to answer it. So here, I think the plan... Okay, so they are not going to use Cold Week twice. Interesting decision here. I think we use Cold Week twice every day of the week. Because then Blast Cone plays around the other cards, and you could even hide Hidden Blade potentially. Cold Week is going to be dropped. And that body is dying. We let the pit rookie die. Okay, so we decide and we skip. And we skip. Okay. So Genosect being bullied there in a quick fashion. How about we try to snipe another game? Okay, so we can cast from here and then we are going to jump in between games. Or maybe I can find the ID. Oh yeah, but that will spawn me as a player, I think. I think that spawns me as a player. So let's just let them finish the game. And then I try to jump in the spec mode. I don't want to be a bother. They seem to be focused. I don't want to be a bother there. So Gudio. Currently thinking. With Sona on board. Sona. Yasuo, we do drop the fight or flight there. On Gudio's side. To beat what? What are we trying to beat there? We are sending the merchant back to base. So we are able to discord an extra quartz on Ida's side. Where are Ida's points though? Oh, top right. Okay. So Ida is on 4, Gudio is on 5. Okay. And Gudio has Yasuo and Sona set up. Huh. Seems like a strong board if you're Yasuo there. Seems like a super scary board if you're Yasuo there. You have free trades into basically anything that any could play with that green Yasuo. Stack deck is going to see play. You are pretty happy to see stack deck dropping if you're Gudio. That's for sure. And then we are thinking on Ida's side, because now we have to find some value to set up for next turn, because Gudio is going to be on 7 points. He's going to be able to retreat everyone, and then you have to withhold a turn in which Yasuo is attacking with a Ride the Wind available and can basically beat anything you can put into play. So you have to have several of them units. This Yasuo is definitely not dying this turn. Potentially we did fight or flight that merchant to prevent a potential Void Seeker play. But I think it was fine using fight or flight afterwards. So Darius is going to try and trade there. And now Gudio thinking. We have to ride the wind though. So if we retreat that Yasuo, then next turn we just swing at Darius. And that Yasuo is able to kill that Darius. I kinda think we wasted a potential play with that fight or flight earlier. Not sure we needed to use that fight or flight as Gudio there. Because if you're going to use Ride the Wind anyway, might as well use it to bring Yasuo back to base, no? Thank you for the follow, Torwell. Welcome, my brother. Hope you're doing great. So that Yasuo is sitting in base. We find the stack deck though. Pretty good card there. And now the first thing we want to do, I guess, is punch with Yasuo. I think you... I mean... yeah, you could use the stack deck. You want that Engwatch for sure. You want that Engwatch. Then Yasuo is going to be able to be a bit stronger. But Aini does not have a way to buff them units. So, like, there's nothing that this Darius can do except retreating or sending Yasuo back to base through fight or flight or something. Darius is dead. Yasuo is going to be able to conquer. And then we have Sona holding strong, able to restand 4 of them runes. Yasuo is going to move back to base. Most likely, I guess we are hiding that Tide Turner somewhere. thinking. Don't want to use that the Yasuo's ability yet. But I did agree with that play there. Pitch 1, draw 1. Okay, pitch 1, draw 1 of the Zone's Warren. We forgot about that one. Bringing Yasuo back to base. Sending Wilder there. And then passing turn with Discipline, Engward, and Yasuo setup to conquer next turn. Is a pretty impressive setup there. Sona restanding everything. So if we top deck anything of that Discipline, we have a high chance of being able to make use of it. Be it like Ride the Wind, Fight or Flight, another Discipline, another Engward, Defy. There are a lot of cards that we could top deck there. Potentially we play Windwall too. There are a lot of cards that we could top deck there that would have a lot of value in this scenario on Gudu's sides. I will just jump in there once that game is over, but I think this is still game 1 because this matchup is pretty intense. We are seeing the Sona. We managed to dodge the Ghost through the Discipline on that Wielder of Water. So now Wielder is 4 might, able to not only dodge the Ghost, but also if they attack into it, it's now 6 might, which is like super strong. Because it pressures potential Darius's, potential Vaynes, whereas before it was only 4, so these cards would run him over. But now if you have any buff, you do pressure that Darius, and we do have one in Engward in the end. So Gudu definitely in a good spot there to reach top 4 with the Yasuo, which would mean we have a Yasuo and we have a Viktor in the top 4. That would be super impressive. Maybe we have a Yasuo-Viktor match. Let me check the bracket. Yeah, we don't have Yasuo-Viktor. Maybe we have a Yasuo-Viktor finals. Dude, that would be sick. That would be like super sick. That would be like super giga sick. So we are paying 4 to drop that Any, try and grab back the cleave. And then cleaving on a merchant, I guess, to try and trade Sona. But then they have the Engwards. Oh, we are pushing with both. Using that cleave. And now we desperately need to find plays off the top. Because both merchant are going to trigger. We have the scrap heap. Okay, so we are going to be drawing a lot of cards. So we discard the scrap heap. We draw 2. Then other merchant is going to discard another one. And we are going to be able to draw another one. So we drew 3 cards. And in them 3 cards, we need to find an out. One of them we know is cleave already through the purple Any. But did we find a second cleave? Did we find something like a Fight or Flight? Because that Engward is going to be checkmate otherwise. And we are thinking on either side. Because that Engward might very well be the final play that clutches that game. Because now even if we have something like a Fight or Flight, we still lose, right? We have another cleave. So this Wielder of Water is going to die for sure. But then Gudu is going to start the turn. And they are going to win game 1, I guess. Let me just up in their channel to ask what the score of the best of is. And if I can spec. Alright chat, we're back in there. We back in there. And Gudu indeed won game 1 as Yasuo. So we are now up 1-0 in the best of 3. Going Yasuo's way, which we could say is pretty surprising. But once again, them green decks have a tendency to have a very decent matchup into Annie. Especially because of both Defies and Rune Prison. And I know that Gudu is on both these cards. So we might have somewhat of an advantage here as Gudu. Also, we are seeing that Yasuo being swapped out. Green Yasuo is probably out to the sideboard, or at least in that main deck. And we see that Yasuo Wind Rider being brought in, potentially to try and regain that points lead going second. Which would make a lot of sense, especially in a game in which you know Annie is going to be going Arena's greatest to score them early points. And on any side, tough start as we are missing out on a turn 1. No Poro, no Traveling Merchant, potentially no Legion Rearguards, none of them, but only a pass turn on any side. We are going to see a Sneaky being able to make up for it though. And then Wielder of Water is going to try and push into that Sneaky. Stack deck is going to see play on Gudo's side. If we can find a buff, we want to do so. By the way, let me just show you the ends, right? If we can find a buff, we find the DeFi super good in the matchup. We have that Angward already to play around a potential Ghost on that Wielder that would try and conquer the Dreaming Tree. But we decide instead that we want to fight that Sneaky, which means Wielder is 4 mites and now already beating the Ghost on its own. I could have seen also Wielder going into that Dreaming Tree to be able to, if you get met by Ghost, you play Angward and you draw a Cord. Because like Angward is not so good in this matchup, especially not so early. So you'd rather cycle it and make use of it. But I guess you could also just play that Find Your Center there. You definitely... Do you want to defy that Cord? I mean, defying makes sense, of course. It's super good to defy Voidseeker, but also you have more important targets in the any matchup, I would say. We are going to see Find Your Center being dropped, ramping a rune, drawing a Cord, and we find the Mask of Foresight. Super good Cord there for Yasuo, synergizes super well with the builds, with the Wielder, with the potential purple Yasuo that is going to be moving around the board with the ganking ability. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Like, in this list specifically, Mask of Foresight makes a lot of sense. For those who don't know, because this card is kinda only played in Yasuo, this card is like, when a friendly unit attacks or defends alone, give it +1 might this turn. We are going to see Vayne come and contest that Wielder. Wielder is going to die there, and Vayne is going to be able to score a point. I think you could have kept also that... Yeah, probably you keep that Find Your Center, so you are able to play Angward in like this scenario. And if they attack, you just use, and you don't have an out, you just use Find Your Center as an action. So I think we should probably have kept that Find Your Center there on Gudo's side, because Angward there would have been terrible. Like, yeah, Wielder going to 6 might, Vayne crashing, Annie passing turn. Like, this would have been so much of a swing. I think we had to keep them 3 runes open to pay the Flight of Flights. What app is that you used to play? I want to practice. This app is TCG Arena. But I don't play myself. I'm just casting the games, though. Second Zonia being drawn on Gudo's side there. Not so good. I think we have to play either Kayn or Yasuo. Most likely you want to play Yasuo and Zonias, I guess. Like flat open Zonia. You pay 2 runes, you drop a Zonia, and then next turn you have Yasuo to try to roam around the board. And you pass with that. Unfortunately, to make Yasuo really super good, you need to have one of them moving spells, and Fight or Flight is not the one you want to use in this scenario. You'd rather use Ride the Wind to be able to conquer both battlefields. But we are going to see that if Fight or Flight is enough in this scenario. Thank you for the follow, Xoshimono, by the way. Welcome on, brother. Kai'Sa being accelerated there. Now able to trade with... Or sorry, to conquer and draw a Cord. Where's that Mask of Foresight, by the way? Where's that mask gone to? We recycled it somehow. Huh. No mask for Gudiel. Okay. Don't see where it went, but I guess it went somewhere. Or was it game 1? No, it was game 2, right? They added masks somewhere that I can't see now. Stack deck is going to check for Ede's top deck, and we are going to find the Vi. So we now have access to that Vi the Wind combo, and we are already on 5 points. Quick reminder that Annie's purpose in these games is to be able to reach 6 points and then close the game with Vi the Wind. It's not that easy though in green matchups because they have the Defies, they have the Rune Presence to try and counter your Viposh. And we are going to draw another discipline, which will be super useful next turn. And we also have the Tide Turner, so we are now able to move Yasuo thrice, which is super good. We could play Tide Turner in base, swap Yasuo and Tide Turner, and then use Yasuo's Legend ability to conquer the other battlefield with Yasuo, and score an extra point through the conquer and an extra point through Yasuo's effect. So this is a 3-point swing this turn. Thank you for the follow, Draken. Welcome home, brother. Welcome home. You are 1,900 followers. Thank you guys for the support. Maybe we reach 2K by the end of the year, huh? Would be sick. Just a few days ago, we reached 3K on YouTube and 1K on Twitter. So 2K on Twitch would be sick before the end of the year. That would make for a great 2025. Thank you guys for the support. Love it. And if you like Riftbound, competitive talk, meta and stuff, feel free to drop a follow. It's free. It only sends you a notification when I go live. And every time I will is either to cast, analyze, debate, meta talk. So a lot of cool stuff. Yasuo is going to go back to base and Tide Turner is going to conquer. Kind of. They are going to swap places and we are going to be able to use Yasuo's ability to conquer and score an extra point through Yasuo's Wind Rider's effect. So we now are on 5 points. And completely back into that game. That being said, Ida has access to a lot of resources to try and conquer next turn. But we have Fight or Flight, we have Discipline, and we have Engorge. So we have a lot of them tools to be able to protect the board. We also have double Zonias. So most likely Kane is not seeing play this game. But we are in a pretty good spot if we are good yo. And if we manage to keep that purple Yasuo alive, we might very well win the game next turn. Because we could potentially score 3 points on that singular turn. Because Yasuo conquers twice. And then his ability allows you to score the 3rd point. So that could be it. We absolutely have to clear that Yasuo, on any side. Good news is we have the Rebuke. Not much Yasuo can do about Rebuke. The cord is just like extremely strong into green because they can't defy it. You pay 2 power to activate it, so they can't defy it. But this is not, like, this is only temporary. Is it enough to gain that extra turn that you need to not lose the game? Potentially. But we also have to be wary because on Gudo's side, we could kinda dodge that Rebuke. In the sense that we conquer with other units, we hold, and then if purple Yasuo gets rebuked, we can just play it again and do the tricks again. Potentially. So we have to be very careful about how we use that Rebuke. And make sure we don't use it in a scenario in which they can keep roaming around the board with potentially like Ride the Wind like the top deck next turn. Because if they top deck Ride the Wind, Yasuo is a 3 movements unit anyway. Like drop it in base, Ride the Wind moves it once, then Genking moves it a 2nd time, then Yasuo's Legend ability moves it a 3rd time. If you have them 9 runes. We only are on 8 runes next turn though, on Gudo's sides. So top decking Ride the Wind would not win us the game on the spot. Except if we find a way to avoid the Rebuke. Which is target a unit at a battlefield. So we have to potentially be able to keep that Fight or Flight there. Potentially something like drop Kane. And then you want Yasuo to... Nah. I mean, they can find a timing to Rebuke. Or you can just use Yasuo to do ping pong. And then... Yeah, that would make sense. There might be a way, if they don't clear this battlefield this turn, there might be a way for you to avoid the Rebuke. Because, like, you start there, go back to base, Yasuo's ability, move back there. If they Rebuke, just Fight or Flight it back to base, it moved thrice, scores, you win. So there's a way to play around that Rebuke. Will we see it is the question. Discipline Seeing play, drawing 2 cards because we are in the Dreaming Tree, and matching Katchouze. So do they have a way to beat that Tide Turner now? Or did they just crush the Katchouze? Most likely seeing the cards they have in hand, you probably would have wanted to push with Vayne first. But I can kinda get that you want to have that Katchouze conquering to score and draw. But I think pushing with Vayne was safer, because then like if they discipline, you are still 1 might ahead, because Katchouze is 4 and Vayne is 5. So it was probably a bit better to Vayne there than to Katchouze. So Katchouze is going to die, Tide Turner is going back to base. And then we are forced to conquer with Vayne. If you are Ite, there's no way you can kill a unit without forcing the Zhonya. They say Vayne is coming in there, trying to force the Fight or Flight, which is going to be the case. So no way we play around that Rebuke now. The reaction from Fight or Flight was needed to avoid the at battlefield ports. But we could still use the Fight or Flight there to send Vayne back to base, or to send Yasuo, but that would kinda not make sense. So I guess we are just sending Vayne back to base, scoring that holding point, and then we are trying to roam around the boards and find a way out, scoring that point with the purple Yasuo. Vayne is going to hit the base. We could use Ride the Wind there to still kill that Yasuo. Maybe this is what we're going to see. We are going to develop a Darius instead, which makes a lot of sense too. Second card being played after the Poro. So Darius is going to swing at Yasuo. Yasuo is going to die, go back to base. But the Zhonya is killed instead. So Yasuo is still there. And then we restand 2 runes because we are Any, so we can still play that Rebuke. And pass turn, and we find the Fight or Flight. So now you are attacker, you can use your priority to play around the Rebuke, and that changes everything. Because now what you have to do, very simple. Push Yasuo to Dreaming Tree. Fight or Flight it back to base as priority during showdown. Now you have to Fight or Flight. You push Yasuo and Tide Turner. You want to push both. You definitely want to push both there. Are we going to see it? You want to push both, then use Fight or Flight as priority onto purple Yasuo to send him back to base. Chain Engward to draw an extra card. And then, through the Dreaming Tree, and then Yasuo's Legend ability to push purple Yasuo to Darius. Purple Yasuo, you Engward again, so it goes above Darius, might-wise. And you win that game, and there's nothing they can do. Except if they hold the Rebuke, actually. Yeah, if they hold the Rebuke, it does not work. Because then they could just Rebuke when you attack Darius. Still, you score the point, though. But you don't win on the spot. And then you kinda die to Vi the Wind. Huh. So it's not that easy, my bad. Because if they hold the Rebuke, it's not that easy. So we are able to conquer with that purple Yasuo, scoring an extra point, getting to 6. We are going to drop Fight or Flight there to bring Yasuo back to base. And draw a card in the stack deck. Could be huge. Could be super huge. And then... Oh, do you want to use stack deck there? I guess so. You want to play around like... Yeah, you want to use DeFis and stuff. Like if you can find them, it's huge. And we find the DeFi. And we also find the Ride the Wind. But we spent too many runes to be able to redrop Yasuo and Ride the Wind there. So... What do we take there? Is DeFi and we pray they don't have Rebuke, right? Yeah. It's another person DeFi and we pray they don't have Rebuke there. Because now we are going to use Yasuo's legend ability. Yo, Popcorn, how you doing, brother? Yasuo is going to come swinging at that Darius. We are going to see an Engward being played to outmight that Darius. Now we are on 6 might and Yasuo scored a 3rd point. But we are going to be met with a rebuke there. And there's nothing we can do about it. And then we are going to be hit with by the wind. And that game is over, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to game 3 in such a sick matchup, huh? Which round is this? I'm dying to see some good play I can learn from. Vegas was so low level. This is round 4. Not all of this game were like super good, but also we are seeing some super great Riftbound now in between Yasuo and Annie. So Rebuke is going to hit the Yasuo, not much they can do about it. And now they have Defy and Engward to protect a potential Tide Turner that you could put in the Dreaming Tree to draw one of Engward. But I can tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, this is not going to be enough. And we are going to go to game 3 with a bit more than 7 minutes on the clock. So potentially a bit more than like 6 minutes once that game is over. So it's going to be a tough one for Yasuo because Annie is definitely the dominant deck in the early game, for sure. And now we see Darius in base. We are just going to be dropping. I guess we just bring Darius back to base. Then you play like Merchant, or you just flash it, whatever. Then you play Merchant, then Darius is restanded, and you attack with everything you have and you win that game. Yeah, that's the play. Vi, Merchant. Yep, exactly. And we still have Ride the Wind if they have an out to this, which they probably don't. And we attack with everyone. And that game is over. And we are going to game 3 in that match. What a match. What a match so far. I think there were like a few under-optimized plays. But overall, we are witnessing some great Riftbounds in between 2 not so represented decks. So I like it a lot. And now Gudio going to be the starting player for game 3, but also the one under pressure. Because if we get to the time... By the way, it's maybe time to explain time rules to you guys, because maybe some of you don't know about time rules. In Riftbound, time rules are rather simple. When the bell or the clock or whatever rings, first thing you have to consider is how many matches are over and what's the current score of these matches. So like in this scenario, let's say we are 1-1. Both players already won a game. Then you consider game 3, so the game that's ongoing. You have 5 extra turns, so the turn that's currently being played is turn 0, does not count. And then you have 5 extra turns, so 1 for your opponent, then 2 you, 3 your opponents, 4 you, 5 your opponents, right? At the very end, if no player was able to win, we look at the score, and whoever has the highest score is the winner of that game, and then the winner of the best of 3, basically. If it was 1-0 for your opponent and you win game 2 because of time, it's 1-1, it's draw. If it was 0-0 and you win game 1 because of time, it's 1-0 for you, you win. If it was 1-1 like in this scenario, the player that's going to win game 3 because of time, because I can tell you what we are getting to time in this game, for sure, that player is going to win the best of 3. So basically, they are in kind of a race to score early points, because if they don't manage to do so, and we find that turn 1 on Gudo's side on the top deck so good, because not finding that turn 1 would have been so terrible. And we are now able to play that Merchant. On the other side, Ida starting with 4 rune, thanks to Obelisk of Power there. And we find the Vi, we have the Rebuke, we have the Ride the Wind. So we have several super great tools to enable the win condition in the late game. Question is, are we going to be able to set up? And we decide not to pick that Vi too early, and we go for the Darius instead, knowing that we have Ghost as a super good enabler to play Darius next turn and ready it instantly. Pretty good plays there on either side. Decided not to blindly commit to the Vi and instead pick the safer play. Because once again, we are getting close to that timer. And we definitely need to make sure we score them points in the early game. Whereas Vi is much more of a late game option. Merchant is going to move. We are going to discard Merchant from the Ant. And we are most likely dropping that purple Yasuo in base, right? I guess the plan here is to drop the purple Yasuo. Like, you don't mind about losing that Merchant to like Darius or whatever. You just want to develop purple Yasuo, I think. Or we are seeing Discipline to draw true cards off the Dreaming Tree also makes sense. But then do you, like, you don't want to ride the wind? Do you want to keep them runes open to play around potential spells with the Defies? I could see that. Ghost being used. And Defy-ing play. Why would you Defy that though? Does not make sense, right? Because you still draw one of Discipline and you still draw one of... I mean, it's because you want to Engward draw another card next turn, potentially? Because you still draw one of Discipline and you still draw one of the tree because you targeted already through that Ghost. And then you can just tap your 2 remaining runes to replay Merchant in base. I think I would have let this go through. I would have let that Ghost resolve. Also, super lucky that we top deck Cleave on Ita's side. Because if we did not have another way of enabling that Darius there. We find the Cleave, so we are going to be able to draw an extra card thanks to the Dreaming Tree. Merchant getting there. And we are seeing another Defy there. Pretty early to use all of them Defies, huh? So no Cleave left on Ida's side. And we are most likely using Engward on Gudu's side. So yeah, we are really going for them early points. And we really want to make sure that we secure that lead in the early game. Accepting to recycle so many of them runes seems pretty expensive. But we are able to keep control of the Dreaming Tree there. But then Darius will not be able to activate though. But Kai'Sa will be going to accelerate and kill that Merchant. But it's a trade, because we are now under Engward. And Darius will not be able to activate because we did Defy the Cleave. And countering a spell makes it so it's considered as never having seen play. So from a mechanical point of view in this game, Ida played 0 cards this turn. Because they did not play the Cleave, it was countered. So Darius will not be able to restand to go for a free trade. And instead, we will have to go for Kai'Sa in the opposite battlefield. Find Your Center is going to see play on Gudu's side. Ramping a rune, drawing a card. And we get that Mask of Foresight that we have to drop kinda here. You want to retreat that Merchant, discard that Windwall, and drop that mask. Is your Gudu there? I think. Because the big problem with what Gudu did on like them Defies, I think he should have let that Ghost go through. Because using all these Defies, like the first Defy that had, like the purpose of the first Defy was to keep that traveling on board. But then you're kind of forced to use the second one. Else the first one was useless, right? We get the Engward there, okay. Else the first one was useless. So we decide to use the first Defy, then we are kinda committed to using the second one. And we could have had like 2 extra runes there and started doing shenanigans with the purple Yasuo, beating over that Kai'Sa, roaming around the board and stuff. So yeah, I don't like this Defy play. And also there were a lot of cards that committed you to use that second Defy when you use the first one. Whereas if you just let them Ghost, it's fine, you still draw 2. Like you targeted the Merchant in the Dreaming Tree, and you draw one of the Discipline. So you just have to draw 2, then drop Merchant in base. And like, yeah, that's basically same board results, but with 2 more energy. which is like a lot. Sneaky thing play there, so we are now able to fight back through the sneaky with the Engwards. Definitely hold the DeFi and develop the Yasuo. Yeah, I think so. I think that was the play. Either you develop the Yasuo, or you just discipline. They ghost, you're okay, I draw 2, I redevelop Merchant, I pass. My play would have been to develop the Yasuo, but potentially dropping the discipline to cycle through the deck was fine. Also, we are now down 2 DeFi. So they know that we have a very low chance at being able to play around Wind if they find it. So, pretty interesting game we have going on here. But Ida definitely recaptured the board states, and Godio is going to have a tough time fighting for it. Ida recalling that case set to base. 2 DeFi to hold with a 2-drop is ouch. Yeah, I think so. Especially when that 2-drop could have just chilled in base. But now we have 8 runes open. So we are able to not only develop Yasuo, but also start doing the shenanigans all over the board without losing too many points. And we definitely need to develop it now, because next turn is going to be a tough one. A very key one. Because I think this is either turn 1 or turn 2. But we most likely have at best 2 turns and most likely 1 on Goodio's side. So Merchant is going to get there. We are going to use Engwards to fight that sneaky. And we find the DeFi though. Super good that we are able to find that DeFi there. Discipline also going to draw. Why did we draw 3? 1 for... Oh, is it just... Yeah, it's 1 for turn. 1 for turn, then 2 of Discipline, I guess, is what we drew. 1 of Merchant and 2 of Discipline, yeah. Fight or Flight is going to see play there. Do we want to DeFi that one? Is the question. No, because we are just fight or flighting that sneaky. Back to the hand. Scoring the 3rd point on Goodio's side. And now we want to develop that Yasuo in base. Oh, we don't. We develop the Sona. And we are using Yasuo's ability to send Sona there. And untap them runes. Okay, so that makes for an earlier point. But that also means that next turn... And they are going to... Yeah, they are going to find the rebuke. That was greedy. That was like super greedy. Because now we don't have the runes to use the wind wall. Whereas if we develop that purple Yasuo in base, then next turn we are able to try and create the shenanigans with everything open to play DeFi, wind wall, ride the wind. I think the win condition there was to be able to have that Yasuo in base, live and well. And we are not finding it on Goodio's side. And I think that game is almost over now. Because I don't see a way we could value purple Yasuo enough to beat down all of the boards and score them extra points. I mean, we'd have to draw a buff though. If we draw into a buff, potentially we could try and make something work. Here. Because if we draw into like Discipline... We have 9 rules. No, it's not. Is it enough? Yeah. No, it's not. Because now your only play to get back in the game is like purple Yasuo in base, ride the wind to a board, kill what's there, gank to the other board, kill what's there, Yasuo's effect, move it back to base. You are on 6 points. That makes sense though. Stack deck is good, but not now. I guess that's the play. We have to go for it. Because next turn they only like depends on the amount of turns that have been played too. Because like if Godio, like if this is turn 3 and Godio has an extra turn, developing purple Yasuo there is good. Like super good actually. But if you don't have that extra turn, that game is over. Like, if Ita has one more turn, then Gudu another one after this one, it's super good. If this is the last turn, it's like super not good. And I don't exactly know when the clock rang, and I don't exactly know if both players are aware of exactly when the clock rang. So I guess they are playing that game anyway. And Gudu is thinking. But I do think the better play is... Do you want to... Maybe you want to go... Okay, I guess you... So you develop Yasuo for sure. That's given. Now the question is, do you want Yasuo in base? Or do you want to be able to hide Zhonya's? I think Yasuo in base is just fine, right? You accept that you lose to Falling Star if they play it. But Yasuo at the battlefield is most likely going to get traded, forcing the Zhonya's. And then they can steal Falling Star if they draw it. So I don't think that changes anything. I think now you have to go Ride the Wind to whatever battlefield, gank into the other one, then Yasuo's legend ability, push Yasuo back to base, and score 3 points. And that's the best that you could do there. But if it's the last turn of the game, it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one. Thinking on Gudu's side, very important turn. Key turn of the game actually. This is where everything is getting decided. Best of 3 that comes up to the last turn. The last few points, the last few interactions, and you have to optimize everything you can. And we are going to start off with Yasuo's legend ability to push into the traveling. And now we are definitely thinking on either side, but I think if you are going to use Flash, might as well use it now to bring both them units back, draw a card of Katchouze because she's in the Dreaming Tree, and potentially you draw something that could be useful to think about your next plays. You definitely don't want to defy there if you're Gudu, so these go through, we draw another Flash, and then Merchant and Katchouze are going back to base. Yasuo is going to be able to score, and we draw the Ride the Wind. Oh, I mean, that does not make much of a difference now, but for Gudu's upcoming turn, that could seal the deal. Ride the Wind is going to see play, moving that Yasuo back to base, restanding it. Okay, so we decide to move it back to base and then conquer there. So we are going for that Zhonya's play. And 6 points too. Yup. And then we are hiding the Zhonya. Or the Fight or Flight rather. Okay. The Fight or Flight isn't like Zhonya like super better. Like, okay, you draw one of Fight or Flight, but maybe next turn you need it. Whereas Zhonya's, like, next turn you can't do anything with it anyway, I think. Maybe I'm wrong though. Let's see. Because we need a move card next turn to proc that Yasuo. Because Yasuo's standard move is one move, and then legend is another move. Is that game over? Who's winning? Yeah, I had to ask. I had to join and ask. Because, like, it was not super clear. So, Ida's turn was the last turn. Thank you for the follow, Neko, by the way. Thank you, brother. Ida's turn was the last turn of the game because of time rules. Which means that they were able to close that one, getting to 7 points on Annie's side. Whereas Gudu was on 6. And so that game was over and Ita wins it. If there was an extra turn though, Gudu could have used his Yasuo to ride all over the board and reach 8 points and win that game. We're back at it. So we are seeing the same Annie that we just spectated in round 5. So let's just call this semi-finals because this is King of the Hill. So there are no Little rounds. Semi-finals there being played. Does it fit? It does not. Let me just correct this. Fix it. Great. What's behind this though? Oh, this is... Wait. This is this? Timer? Clock? No? What's this? Or is it the... Yeah, there's something white there. Not cool. Whatever, I guess. So this is top 4. We are going to have an Annie into Mastery match. Will Annie be able to defy the odds? See what I did there? I'm kind of becoming pro streamer, right? Like this one, I just did not have to think about it. It was natural. At that point, I think I'm pro streamer, guys. So is Annie going to be able to defy the odds and beat them defies, win woes, and rune prison to make it to the finals? Or is Mastery going to stand its ground and advance to the finals? The other final is Viktor against Mastery. So we could have very spicy finals between like any Viktor, or we could have a much more expected one between Yi and Yi, potentially. Poro is going to see play. On any side, we had to drop that scrap heap because we did not find a turn 1 drop, so might as well drop scrap heap to draw a chord. Means we are missing on an extra discord from 4, the zone Warren, but might as well not miss a turn. Merchant is probably what we are going to see picked there. Falling Star is also a great option into Yi though. So there's definitely some thinking to put into it. Not certain that you don't want to consider Falling Star, but we are missing on a body, so we are going to grab that Merchant. We also have the Ghost to try and play around potentially a Conquer on Yi's side. Unfortunately, that Ghost is going to be met with a Discipline, generating some value for Yi and playing around the Ghost. Garbage Pog? Me garbage? Me garbage? Then can you explain why you subbed and when you hear every stream? Be careful, I can time you out. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. Taunting is fine. Not paying for Showstopper is not. Ghost going to send that Poro back? Do we not know about the interaction though? Or are we just fine dropping that, having that Poro sent back to end? That could make sense though. That could make sense. Cause like, yeah, you're not that far behind in this scenario. You're not like that far behind there. And yeah, you're Yi. So Annie being on 0 points on turn 3, where usually she's on like already 2 to 3 points, depending on the amount of sneaky deck ends and stuff she has. I could see Yi deciding to take things slow and deciding not to use any of them disciplines or Engwards. Kitty Cat is mad. I moved and it woke her up. Kitty Cat is mad. So we are going to see a Kai'Sa accelerate there, most likely in the zone's Warrens. So that way we are able to push it back to base through the flash next turn instead of being stuck in the Vilmo. Drawing into a Darius, super good draw there. Discarding the Vite to pick a third flash. Oof. This one hurts though. I mean, like double flash is a bit much, but fine. Triple flash though. I mean, we are discarding one through Merchant anyway. But like, yeah. Yeah, Kai'Sa is better draw there. We have many of them accelerates now. We will be able to pressure as long as this game goes. Also, we are able to keep that stack deck to accelerate Darius potentially for a cheap amount of runes next turn. And now we are thinking, but most likely passing with the flash available to protect that Kai'Sa if needed. Because now most likely the trade pattern is Poro buffed goes into Kai'Sa with like discipline on it, and you just flash back, and then Kai'Sa wants to conquer next turn through something like a cleave if you get it through the stack deck. or something like that. Poro is going to go in Vilmo's lair there. Okay, interesting decision here. So kinda playing around that fight or flight on Poro. I like that. You can't fight or flight the Poro back to base because of Vilmo's lair. But at the same time, you accept that this Kaisa is going to stay alive and you want to use Storm to trap it, which makes a lot of sense because even if they flash now, that Kaisa is going to go straight to that Vilmo's lair, and then it's going to, like, even if you flash it to base, then it moves to the Vilmo's lair, and then it's stuck, and you kinda can't flash it out. So we are not using flash there. I think we used flash, no? I think we did use flash. Stack deck is going to see play. We find a Void Seeker, which is not going to be enough. We needed a cleave there, but that cleave would have been met with like several buffs, which would have anyway not changed a thing except forcing like a few buffs. So this is fine. For those of you wondering why he does not use flash, it's because of this battlefield Vilmo's lair that says unit can't move from here to base. It's actually an interesting chord to play versus Annie, because then you can play around some chords like fight or flight and flash by bringing their units into this battlefield or by attacking this battlefield yourself. So like this is not a trash tool against Annie. People tend to think it's like so important it kinda seals the matchup. Don't think so. But it's definitely an advantage going his way. I'm really liking these Annie decks, but I can't afford Kaisa. Yeah, Annie is on 3 cases. That being said, if you want to play on a budget, you could replace Kaisa with Vayne. It's obviously not as good, but it's kind of the same chords. But worse. But playing 3 Vayne is kind of like playing 3 cases. Not like completely. And also you can play, what's the name? Legion Rearguards. The 2/2 unit that has Accelerate, which allows you to conquer them open battlefields in some game states. Which is something that you can't do with Vayne, because Vayne needs a unit in the battlefield to enter ready. Also, this Scrap Heap is going to stay on the board for the entire game. Don't think about like... So Scrap Heap is when you play me, when you discord me, or when you kill me, draw 1. It's not going to have any sort of interaction starting now. It was only there to be discarded off zone, but since we did not have a turn 1, we dropped it. And that's about it. I like Yasuo's colors, but his deck seems so lackluster. Yasuo is fine, it just has an abysmal matchup into Kaisa, like almost unwinnable. Which is the problem. Because aside from that, Yasuo is like super fine. Like super fine. It's not the best deck in the format, but decks like Yasuo and Leona, if Kaisa is not in the format, they get way better instantly. So Darius is going to conquer the Zones Warren, and then we are going to pass. We also have access to that cleave, which is kinda cool and also kinda not, because we could use it to punch that Poro through Darius next turn. But that also means that we have Darius stuck into Vilmo's lair, which is not something that we love as Annie. So we kinda would love to draw into something like Ride the Wind before we stick a unit in Vilmo's lair to be able to have it escape later on in the game. And we are thinking on this side here, but most likely, yup, we are going for the champion play, accelerating it to fight Darius. We are going to see a flash there on either side. We have 2 of them, we need to value them, and we want to save that Darius. So flash is going to see play there to protect the Darius from being killed by the Yi, and we will have it able to make use of that cleave already at the start of next turn. Also, Yi will be able to cycle a cord through Zones Warrens, which means most likely we are getting rid of that Pit Rookie, yeah, exactly. Because them White Flames, once that Yi champion is set up, we really do love them White Flames. Also, Darius plus cleave is 10, Master Yi plus Yi passive is 8, and we have an Engord. So potentially we could see a 10 into 10 trade next turn that would kill both Yi and Darius, and that would very much favor Yi, in my opinion, because the slower the game, the happier the Yi, basically. Another Kaisa. being drawn here. So that Kaisa could potentially try and beat over that Poro through Cleave, but it's too risky. That Poro plus the buff, plus his effect, plus the shield is 6 might, which means any buff would kill Kaisa, even with the Cleave. Any Engward, any discipline would kill that Kaisa. So we are seeing a Kaisa being developed in base, most likely. What spells do we have in the trash though? Could we potentially play Purple Annie to look for a stack deck? No, this is going to be accelerated Kaisa. Yeah, Kaisa accelerated there. But you have to cleave Darius though. So is it like Kaisa and Darius go to Yi? That would make sense. Like that would actually make sense. Sending both to Yi. One of them is dying, but you are conquering and you are applying pressure. Sending one though, yeah, this trades, this is not good. Because now this is 10 in 10 and they trade, both die there. Not good. Yeah, not good. Kaisa is conquering though, we are able to draw a quartz. I think you'd rather have them kill Kaisa to prevent you from drawing your quartz, and if they kill Darius, it's the exact same end result. But at least you are forcing them on picking one of them. Yeah, I think you send both. And then we have the fight of flight. But Poro, being in Vilmo's lair, can't be sent back to base through fight of flight. So not the best card to draw in this situation. We are going to discard the flash, through Zone Warren. And we are going to draw into a Scrap Heap, hoping to value it next turn, I guess. Scrap Heap, seeing play there, throwing into Scrap Heap. We are playing Scrap Heap after Scrap Heap and drawing brick after brick, guys. So now the plan is we send Kaisa back to base through Fight or Flight, and we pray that we are able to beat that Tasty next turn, which is kind of unlikely though. We forgot to tap a rune though. We need to tap one more, yeah, exactly. Correct, perfect. Then Tasty could fight that Kaisa there. We are thinking on Blackbone's side, but I think that's the plan. Like, if they have Flash or Fight or Flight, you force it. If they don't, you just kill that Kaisa. And that has a lot of value. There's nothing they can do that kills this Tasty there. So might as well push, right? And then if they trade back, most likely they are trading back into Poro. And that Kaisa is stuck in Vilmo then. But if they trade back at Tasty somehow, like double cleave, I guess, would be a play. Then that Kaisa would be tradable once again next turn. And you ramp 2 and you draw a quartz. Because also you could let that Kaisa die and then play Fight or Flight next turn to send the Tasty back to base. Yeah, you are sending Tasty back to base. No DeFi. That's good. From Edith's perspective, we don't know if there is DeFi or not. So we are trying to think about, like, if there's DeFi, what do I do? And I think there's more potential in, like, letting that Kaisa die and then Fight or Flighting next turn, but then you die to DeFi the exact same fashion. The only thing is that you are not able to conquer with Kaisa, so you are not able to trigger Zone's Warrants. So probably you let that Kaisa die, because you have the Scrap Heap in hand. Because, like, in this setup, if they don't have DeFi there, okay, you lose the Kaisa. But, like, whatever. Because if they don't have DeFi, you are now stuck with Scrap Heap and you will have to play it. Whereas if you let that Kaisa die, and next turn you play Fight or Flight, bounce back the Fifolk, drop Kaisa, accelerate it, rush into Zone, you are able to draw one of Kaisa, draw one of Scrap Heap, draw one of Zone, only discarding the Scrap Heap. And you generate 3 cards in your hand, and potentially you find the play that's going to seal the deal in that potential Vi Ride the Wind. Because anyway, this play is not going through if they have DeFi, and they defied the Fight or Flight, which they will 100% do. So most likely you kinda checked that they don't have DeFi. Sorry if it's a bit technical, but it's super important in terms of decision making. Here, in my opinion, you have to let that Kai'Sa die. And then next turn you Fight or Flight that Tasty. You accelerate that Kai'Sa that's in your hands. You try and draw 3 and set up for a win condition. So 6 is Kai'Sa and traveling. And then we are passing, baiting with the scrap heap there. At least we have Merchant next turn to value the scrap heap there. But it's not like super sick. But it gives the 9 point to Yi. What do you mean it gives the 9 point to Yi? No. Like they have an extra point here. Like they have an extra point here. Because Tasty conquered. So they are on 7. But then, like, the question is... Okay, so that's an important concept, actually. The question is, do you want to play to find a winning solution? Or do you want to play to not lose this turn? Because I feel like what Annie did there is playing not to lose this turn. But we did not play to look for a potential win con, even though it was a bit risky. Because there, like from that point, now that we played it safe, how are we supposed to come back into that game? I tell you what, we can't. Like now, if they play correctly, they just drop Pit Rookie in base, buff the Tasty, White Flame on Poro, retreat Poro, and that game is over. Maybe you don't even retreat Poro. You just keep both in there. Okay, Tasty there. And then what? Pit with Poro? No, Pit in base, buff Tasty. Yeah, Pit in base, buff Tasty. And we have a White Flame support for next turn. And now, how do you reconquer this? Yeah, you are going to be attacking Poro. You can outmight and conquer over Poro. I think the correct play there was to White Flame on Poro and Pit Rookie the Tasty on the left. Because then Tasty on the left is 7, with his effect it's 9, so it goes over the 2 cases, beats the 2 cases, and like the entire board can't beat Poro plus White Flame. So they have to sacrifice a lot to just get in that Tasty. I think that was the correct play there. Killigan wants to go out, give me a second. Go, baby. Go. Okay. Does not want to go out, apparently. My bad, I guess. So we are seeing Ride the Wind, Darius, and Fight or Flight there. Fight or Flight could be the key to somewhat finding an out, but it's not enough. Darius is for sure not enough. Darius beats Poro, though. But then you just die to White Flame. And you don't beat them Tasties. So you have to go Fight or Flight there. That's a given. And you have to go... I mean, no, that... Like, you have to go Fight or Flight. Okay. So the only out there is Fight or Flight. You push with Kai'Sa Merchant. Off Merchant, you discard Scrap Heap, you draw 2, and in these 2 is a Cleave. But could you find Cleave through any? There's a Cleave in Trash. So we have an out, actually. We have an out. Let me draw. So this taps this. Then we find the Cleave. Then we Fight or Flight this guy to base. We Cleave, so this is used 2. On one of them, which is 7, this is 8. But Merchant plus this is 9, so beats this. And then we have Kai'Sa to beat Poro and Fight or... We can Fight or Flight Poro. No, we can't Fight or Flight Poro because Vilmo. Yeah, so there's no outs picking that Fight or Flight. Is there anything else here that we could use? We have that Fight or Flight already available. We could go for Ghost. I guess the not losing play was to go... Okay, The not losing play, like if they have defied, that game is over anyway. So the not losing play was to go fight or flight from the stack deck. Then purple any, yeah, that was it. Purple any for 4, grab Ghost, use Ghost, bounce this. If they have defy, you lost the game, but anyway, you lost that game. Bounce this, then fight or flight one of these guys, like this guy, out, and then send everyone there to beat it. And you potentially, with 5 runes open, the run out. But that was it. That was the only way they find an out into that game. Because I don't think they have one now. Yeah. Everybody's dead. We drew 2, but these are... I mean, we have the Void Seeker to kill the Poro. And try to look for another top deck to pair with Kaisa. And we have the Annie Cleave, but that's not enough. We need a top deck there. Right, the win is not a top deck. That game is over. Kaisa is getting there. Drawing a Quartz once again. We do need that Cleave. We don't find it. That game is over. Attack and count seeds. Blackbone won it all. Because we need double Cleave. That Folk is 9 mites. So we need double Cleave to beat it. So there was a plan, actually. There was a plan. So once again, I feel like it was tough decision making. Like, it was clearly top tier decision making to find that way out. But I feel like they played not to lose instead of they played to win. Where in like, you can take a risky play, but if it goes through, it wins you the game. If playing safe is only going to like spiral you towards losing that game, which is what happened there. What you get on, lady? Good. Good. Okay, perfect. She's out now. Yeah, that game is over. It has no way of making it out. So the way to win that game was tricky. It was... He had 10 runes at the beginning. He had 10 there. Or maybe he can... No, he does not have Rebuke in the trash. No, it does not. So the way to win that one, here was 6 mites. And here was 3. That gets +2 when you attack. The winning play was off stack deck, you get the Fight or Flight. Then you play any, you take that Ghost, you Ghost that Poro. If they have either Defy or Engord, that game is over. But anyway, that game was over if they have one of these. So try to go for the risk, because maybe you find a winning condition. Then you bounce the Poro to end, so you don't have to care about that battlefield anymore. And then you know that they don't have Defy, else they defy the Ghost. You use Fight or Flight. You send the big Folk to base there. So now 7 is there. This becomes 8 when you attack into it. But they add 4, 4, and 2. So 10. So they push into it. Once again, if they have Engord, it's lost. But they would have used Engord on the Poro. And now you are able to conquer with Merchants. Discard 2 cores. One of Merchant, one of Zone. Draw 3. One of Merchant, one of Zone, one of Scrap Heap. And potentially in these chords or Fight or Flights or way outs of this game. And you can try to survive. Or bodies, because we also had runes open to potentially, yeah, try to drop something, pressure the boards. So there was a potential way out. I think we did not play greedy enough to enable it. Which most of the time I would say is not a bad thing. Making the safe play is not always, but like most of the time the best play. But in this scenario, you had to play to win and not to play not to lose. If that makes sense. Tell me guys if it's like too technical or whatever. I'm trying to talk you through my thought process and also help you improve. But like if it's boring or whatever, let me know. Because I don't want to be a burden. Also, while the players are mulliganing, I will go grab a drink because I'm like super thirsty. You want to come in? No, you don't. Let me just grab a quick drink. I'll be back. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So, Annie going first, using the Obelisk of Power to accelerate with that sneaky, going into the Arena's Greatest, then Yi benefiting of that Obelisk to drop Kiana going second on his first turn. It's great Pog streamer, very nice Yates Knight. Okay, thank you guys. Perfect. By the way, Ray, I think I like you and I hate you at the same time. Like, I'm both Garbo streamer and Pog streamer. Depending on what I do, right? Okay, thank you guys. Nice to have you telling me that. So we have Kaisa accelerating there to try to conquer that Obelisk of Power. We score the points, we draw the extra card, and as you guys can see, like, there's a big difference from the previous game in which, like, Annie was not able to find them early points. Now we are on turn 2 and we already have 4 of them points. Of course, one of them comes from the Arena's Greatest, but even without that we would have been on 3 points, whereas in that specific game state, the previous game, we were on 0 points. And that's such a big difference if you're Annie in this matchup. Also, we have the Cleave, the Stack deck, and the Flash, so we have several options to try and play around the incoming trades from Yi. Tapping 2, we are going to see the Kiana attack that Kaisa now that we have access to the buff. We are outmighting that Kaisa, and Annie does not play any buff defensively, only Cleave to attack, so Kiana has kind of a free trade there into the Obelisk of Power. And most likely we want to ramp a rune because we already have more options in the end that we would want. So we are going to see Flash there. Being defied though on Yi's side. Kaisa is going to die and Yi is most like Yi is drawing. Okay, interesting decisions there. I guess if we drew, it means we don't care about having so many runes. So all we going to charm as well to, like, once again stop Annie from getting an extra point. I gives and I takes. Makes sense. Zonia is being dropped in base there, and we are going to pass. So no charm, allowing Annie to reach the 5th point. Thanks for the follow, light smile. Welcome on, brother. If you like competitive Riftbound, feel free to enjoy the stream. Sneaky, readying in the battlefield there. And now Annie wants to go for that 6 points. Yi is full tapped, so there's no reason not to go Kaisa Cleave, I'd say. Or Vayne Cleave. Vayne Cleave is cool, because you can go Vayne Cleave and then you have an extra rune open to use Vayne's ability to bounce it back to end and have another Vayne next turn. Because Kiana is 7 now with Yi's effect, but Vayne is 5, so Vayne Cleave is 8. Trade with Kiana, proc Zonia's, and you can use Vayne's ability to bounce it back to end. So I like that play a lot. Vayne is ready, attacking, cleaving on Vayne. Yeah, I like that play a lot. Great play from Ide there. I think Ide, that being said, I've been criticizing his play since earlier, but not like in a that guy is trash way. In a like that could be a bit more optimized, in my opinion. But Ida has been showcasing great gameplay since the beginning of this tourney. Like, Ida has been doing well, extremely well. I just think like there's a bit of decision making that he sometimes plays too safe. But I also feel like he's a very competent player, to say the least. Like, he's pretty good at what he does, for sure. And Vayne going back to end exactly as we mentioned before. So I really do like that play on Ida's side. Super duper good play there. And we have that stack deck to value them open runes when Yi is going to try and conquer. And also Yi is on 6 energy, so not a lot of great plays there, not a lot of extremely proactive options, except like you conquer with Kiana, you draw a card that you want to play now, which is what we're going to look for most likely. But if the card we draw is not something we want to play now, we could have somewhat of an empty turn on this side. So we have Void, Sneaky, and Sneaky there. We don't want any of these, to be fair. Like, the 3 of them are kind of bad top decks. Kitty Cat coming back in. I forgot about the cat counter, by the way. I should add it somewhere. So we are drawing on Backbone side, and we find the Find Your Center. Okay, Find Your Center is cool, because now we can drop Find Your Center for a singular rune. Have another top deck, have an extra rune, and now we kinda paid the charm. So we could charm that Sneaky. And it's kind of free, and we find the Rune Prison. This is super good. Okay. This is like super good, because next turn, if they have Vi Ride the Wind, that game is over. There's nothing we can do. But now that we drew that Rune Prison, we have an out to Vi the Winds. Oh, kitty. Come on. Baby, what's that? What's up? She's heavy. Kitty cat. Why Kiana have buff? She keep the buff when revived with Zonia. Yup. Zonia keeps every status alteration on the court. Includes debuffs, but also buffs and other stuff. Broken? Yeah, that's how Zonias work. Kinda strong, yeah. So we are going to send Pete and Poro to the other disc of power to not lose straight up to Vayne, which makes sense. We know they have Vayne, they bounced it to end, so we don't want to just conquer with Pete and give them that free conquer. What we don't know though is that they do have that Void Seeker available, so they are going to be able to Void Seeker that Poro and then still get the conquer with Vayne, because Vayne is only 4 energy compared to Accelerated Kaisa, which is 5. So I guess we want to go for Void Seeker onto that Poro and then Vayne over Pete Rookie, because Vayne is 5 and Pete is 4. I mean, this is guessing that they don't have a buff, but we kinda checked their entire end the previous turn with the plays that we did, and we kinda know that they don't have a buff, else they would have used it. So I kinda think we want to play as if they don't have a buff. Because realistically, what else can we do there? Not much we can do there. You want to activate that Void Seeker first. If they have Defy, you know they used one already. If they have Defy, they have Defy. I guess that's about it. But if they don't have Defy, that opens for a lot of cool interactions. Also, you could top deck something like Ride the Wind of Void Seeker and just straight up win the game. Like, Void Seeker, kill Poro. So we are just deciding to set up and pass. I think once again, Ida trying not to risk it might be losing it there. Because you use Void Seeker, realistically, if they have Defy, they have 1 rune. You can push with Vayne. It's fine. They use 2 cards from the ends. But now what are you gonna do with these boards? Like, what do you do if they play Fifolk on Rookie Poro and they retreat both? And they have Fifok in one, Kiana in the other. What do you do there? Clockwork is going to see play, drawing into a Zhonya's Hourglass. Not so good, but we have that Rune Prison, so we just hiding the Zhonya's, I guess. And passing there. Can't afford the cases, so I'm using Misfortunes. I think you could play Vayne instead of Kaise. I think Vayne is a very decent replacement for Kaise. Fight or Flight is a super good top deck there though. So now the play is Vayne. We have the runes to play Vayne, Voidseeker, and Fight or Flight. Maybe they have Defy, but we have a winning play if they don't. We definitely have a winning play if they don't have Defy though. Let me update the scores, by the way, it's 1-0 for Yi. Cause like Voidseeker onto Poro, draw one, force the Defy. If they defy it, we think different, but we could still go for something like any cliff on Kaise to trade. And if they don't defy the Seeker, we kill that Poro. We are pushing there. Okay, interesting decision. Discarding the Vayne. Huh? Ida? So Ida wants to try and trade with the Pit rookie. Okay, I guess. I could see that, but discarding the Vayne is weird though. So now we see Seeker killing the Poro, drawing into a second Fight or Flight. And Kaisa conquering there. Throwing a Quartz also. And now, do we have any plus something? We don't have Ride the Wind in the Trash though. We don't have Ride the Wind in the Trash, but we have double Fight or Flight. So whatever they send to try and beat Kaisa, we can Fight or Flight twice. Which I guess if they have Defy it makes sense, but also if they have Defy, they would have Defied the Seeker on Poro. So we can kinda guess they don't have it. Now dropping Vi for 2, Poro for 2, and restanding to enable those Fight or Flights. Okay, so now the plan is come at me and I'm going to send back to base whatever you want to play there. And then it's like pretty good. I think it's 1. Yeah, like they have to commit everything into Dead Bloom. You just Fight or Flight, that game is over. And he wins it. And he wins it. It was super close. But Annie manages to snag the W in that game too. And we are now tied at 1-1 in these semifinals. One more game to play to try and qualify one of them players to the finals. Wait, is it like 2-1? What are they showing the entire deck? Is it 2-1? Timer freeze? Yeah, timer did not start. It's not frozen. They just did not start it. Yeah, so we are going for game 3. We just showcased the entire deck for fun there. Why not? So I think there was a play in which Ida was winning. Because after getting that, like, you use that Void Seeker on Poro, right? You use Seeker on Poro. If they have Defy, they are forced to use it. If they don't, Poro is dead. You draw a Quartz. Then Vayne is able to trade with Pit. Because Pit is 2-2. 2 from its own might and 2 for Yi. So it's 4. Vayne trades over it. And then you can use Kaisa and Annie. I think you have the runes. I don't think you have the runes to use Annie and Cleave though. But you can use Kaisa to Fight or Flight the Kiana. And then Kaisa trades the Clockwork. And you have Merchant. to go over it. So I think that was the winning play. We traded. We had merchant. We had 2, 4 there. I don't know how many runes, but enough to play Vayne, Fight or Flight, and Seeker. And there was Poro, Pit, Kiana, 4, and last chord was Clockwork 2. And they had Zonias, but does not matter. And they had, I think, 2 runes open. Oh no, they had 6 runes. They had everything open, they played nothing. They just eat Zonia. I think we had a play in which, like, we used Void there to check if they have Defy. If they don't Defy Void, we know they don't have Defy. So we can put a lot of weight on that Fight or Flight. And then we can drop Vayne. Conquering. Yeah, so we drop Kai'Sa there. I guess we go Kai'Sa Merchant there. Discard one with Merchant to see what we draw. Kill the rookie. Overtake, we go to 7. Then Fight or Flight, the Kiana back to base because we know they don't have Defy. And then Vayne, and Vayne punches into this. And I think we checked for every card. Potentially we did not check for buffs, but I think in the previous turn, we checked for buffs. We know they don't have... potentially they have Discipline there. Because they would not use it on a Seeker. So maybe we lose to top deck buff. Because I think the previous turn we did play around top deck buff. And we end up winning that game anyway. So I feel like the safe way was the play there. Potentially. Great play on either side anyway. Because this matchup is tough. Like super tough. Poro dropping first there. Ida starting with 3 runes. Potentially able to drop a Sneaky in that grove to contest the Poro. Problem being, if they have a Discipline, then you kinda threw your Sneaky away. But it's also your only turn 1 play. Did not draw a chord though. Potentially draw... Oh, it did draw a chord. He's on 5. So we'll have to play Sneaky. Most likely in the Dreaming Tree. I mean, you really want to play in the Grove. But if they have a buff... I mean, you kinda... No, it's fine. You have to play that Sneaky in the Grove. Because then if they have a buff, you force them to use the buff on Poro to attack outside of the Dreaming Tree. So they lose a pseudo +1 chord advantage. So I'm down. Like, okay, I lose Sneaky. And you settle with Poro, which is like super strong. But I'd rather have that than playing Sneaky into the Dreaming Tree. They push with Poro and they draw 2 of Discipline. So this is the correct play on either side here. Great play. And then passing with 2 runes open. Also, potentially we could find ghosts of the stack deck if they misplay the sequencing. Which probably they don't, right? I guess. Thinking on Blackbone's side here. But we have to push with that Poro and we have to use that Discipline. Stack deck most likely going to come as an answer, but after Discipline resolved already, to try and dig that top deck. We could also keep it to enable the Darius later on, but I think you want to value it that early in the game. Like, if it's going to be used with Darius, it's only coming up in 2 turns. And we find the Ghost. Unfortunately, it's a tad too late, but it's not like terrible, because we could steal Ghosts that Poro next turn to prevent him from holding. So I guess a good play here on his side would be to drop double Poro in that battlefield. You can't use Ghost. Or you use Ghost on Sneaky though. Ghost on Sneaky makes a lot of sense too. Thank you for the follow, if you might. Thank you, brother. Welcome on. If you like competitive Riftbounds, feel free to enjoy the stream. So, Poro is going to stay there. We use Ghost on Sneaky. Makes a lot of sense here. Then Sneaky going to be able to accelerate into that Dreaming Tree once again. And also, we are on 5 runes. So that gives us a turn in which we can drop Sneaky and then have enough runes open to play that Void Seeker. Yup, I like that play. I really do like that play on either side. Also, we could accelerate Kai'Sa in there. That would not be like turbo trash. But if we bounce Sneaky, I guess it's the perfect timing to use Sneaky. But accelerated Kai'Sa would be good too. Like, they are fully tapped. Ord loses to Charm though. Ord loses to Charm. Whereas Sneaky, if they Charm it, it's like fine, I guess. Yo, Jakub, how you doing, brother? Sneaky, if they Charm it, you don't care. You don't mind. Like, it's super fine. And you did not pay power to play Sneaky, whereas you pay power to play Kai'Sa, definitely. So, yeah, I think Sneaky is the way there. But Ita, thinking it through, and makes a lot of sense. We've seen him make some super good reads. He's very capable, any player. One of the best I've seen so far. At like making up for the variance of the deck and finding the ways to optimize the plays so that he finds the answers when he needs them. Really do like that on his sides. Still thinking. We are going to drop that Void Seeker now. Okay. Void Seeker on the Poro, using the fact that he is fully tapped to not be afraid of the DeFi. Huh. Not sure I like that play. But also you prevent Yi from holding the Grove, and maybe you don't want Yi drawing them extra cards in the mid game. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. But then you really want to find a 1 energy card next turn to pair with Darius, to be able to ready Darius and punch over that Poro. Else you just played not to lose, but you did not play to win there. Fight or Flight going to be used on the Poro, so we are using a lot to prevent Yi from holding that Grove. We don't want Yi to draw them extra cards. But that also opens up a way for our Kai'Sas next turn, so I could kinda see it. Most likely we are dropping Zonias there, no? I feel like it does not make sense not to flat Zonias there. Why the timer is not running? Are we in overtime? No, I guess they just did not start the timer for semifinals. I guess they said semifinals is timeless? I don't know. But we don't have a timer. I'm not the one starting it. I just have access to the link to see it. So we are now using that Kai'Sa, most likely to push into that Dreaming Tree because we drew the Flash. So that extra draw is going to be more than welcome on either side to try and declock that ant, kinda. What is the best keyword to have in your champ zone? Got to be Accelerate. Yeah, it's most likely Accelerate, yes. Most likely, yes. Either Accelerate or... Yeah, I mean, Draw Power is not a keyword. So, Accelerate, yes, definitely. As a keyword, Accelerate. And then, as an overall effect, I'd say Draw Power is pretty good too. Like, it's between Accelerate and Draw Power. Reaction? Well, Reaction depends too much on what the effect is to say this is the best keyword. Like, this is good. But, like, if the effect is trash, then Reaction does nothing, basically. So we are going to pass after conquering with that Kai'Sa, getting our hands on that Rebuke. And Yi accelerated, dropping in base. Coming to trade that Kai'Sa, we are most likely going to see the Flash there on any side, bringing Kai'Sa back to base and drawing an extra card through the Dreaming Tree. We draw into a second Flash. Could be useful next turn, but we definitely want something like a Cleave now. That being said, we have Darius Rebuke next turn. That could be pretty good. Because if we don't do anything other than that here, if we just pass with like Kiana, Darius Rebuke is super strong. Like you Darius kill Kiana, then you rebuke Master Yi to the hands. Kai'Sa has free conquer into Dreaming Tree. Darius has free conquer over Kiana. And if they play Yi once again to come and trade you, you can just flash once again, draw one through the Dreaming Tree, and so on and so on. Darius rebuke is super strong here. Will we see the play? It has been playing like a madman so far. So I definitely think he could see that play. I really do like the Darius rebuke here. Like you drop Darius, you rebuke the Yi, you punch over Kiana, which is 6 might, you conquer the Dreaming Tree with Kai'Sa, get to 4 points, draw a quartz, and then you untap 2 for the flash, and you can flash both Kai'Sa and Darius next turn to not only save your board, but also draw a quartz through Dreaming Tree. Yeah, I really do like that play. I think that's the better play there. I think that's for sure the better play there. This, I'll just draw it for those who land after the ad, so I don't repeat myself a billion times. This has to be it. It's a bit expensive on the power side, but this has to be the play. Oh! Oh! Robalas, French streamer, 1 billion subs, was not even following the channel. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. At least we know who's friend and who's foe now. Thank you for the fellow, Sally. Welcome on, brother. So the play is definitely rebuke Darius there. And we are seeing it, I think, on either side. So rebuke is going to eat the Master Yi, then we are dropping the Darius. It's going to restand, trade over the Kiana, and then Kai'Sa is going to be able to conquer in that Dreaming Tree, draw that extra quartz, and also set up for that flash in the upcoming turn. Thank you for the follows, guys. And now we are dropping Darius, recycling that rune, and attacking over that Kiana, forcing the Zonia, conquering, and if they are able to come back at Darius next turn, we have the flash. This is super good. Like, tempo-wise, this is crazy good. This is crazy good. Restanding 2 runes. This is just like pretty expensive on the power side of things. But like, yeah, this is super good. Also, if they want to play Yi once again, they have to pay a power once again. Now, we have a problem at top deck DeFi though. Top deck DeFi puts us in a tough spot though. Top deck DeFi is really not cool. Because now they can DeFi the flash and trade with the boards. Oh, sad. This was the play. He found the play, but the matchup is just too tough. Like, DeFi is putting so much work in. Like, it's crazy. It's literally crazy good. Maybe they don't want to DeFi the flash, but I feel like you have to DeFi that flash, right? Like, it just does not make sense not to do it. Now the play is like Dead Bloom into Darius. Huh? I guess you force the flash, but you can't play Dead Bloom now. You just want to develop Tasty? I guess developing Tasty is fine too. Yeah, flash, DeFi. Game over. Yeah, you just DeFi it. Has so much value, right? So Kiana is dead, Kai'Sa is dead. Poro is going to be able to conquer. We are going to be able to develop a Tasty, trading over that Darius. And then I don't see Ita coming back into that one. Unfortunately, we use the Rebuke too, which is one of our best, if not our best weapon. Sag. So Poro is going to conquer Tasty, right? Yeah, just accelerate it, man. Why did he draw one? Because he did target his unit through flash. And Dreaming Tree allows us to draw. So, Dreaming Tree has a bit of a weird wording. I guess that's where your question comes from. Dreaming Tree has a bit of a weird wording in like, it's not when you resolve a chord, it's when you target that the Dreaming Tree trigger enters the chain. So before they have a chance to defy that flash, Dreaming Tree is already in the chain, as when this resolves, you're going to draw one because you targeted there. And quick note for set 2, this is going to be the exact same thing for Irelia. Irelia says when you choose a friendly unit, you may pay a power to ready it. Let's say they engorge. If you defy, they can still ready, because they did choose the court. It's not about resolving, it's about choosing it. And so it enters the chain as a trigger at the timing of activating the court, and you don't have a window to respond to it, basically. Which is why they did draw there. We did top deck a Ghost though, so we will be able to bounce that Poro, accelerating that Kaisa to conquer the Dreaming Tree battlefield. Once again, we need a top deck and we find the Cleave. This is not good enough, guys. Now we can definitely use that stack deck, but won't be much of an answer to potential threats like Dead Bloom Predator or Yi Champion. We needed something like a Rebuke off the top to try and pull off the miracle, but it's not happening. And I do think that Blackburn is going to win game 3 and advance to the finals. Guys in chats that are coming from Robalas' stream, if some of you are listening to me in English right now, who did win the other semifinals? Was it Viktor or was it Master Yi? Is the question. We are tapping 8 runes here, most likely 7 for the Yi. I could see Yi, but I also think you want to develop Dead Bloom at some point. Like that deflect is good too, to play into Rebuke. Like if they want to Rebuke Dead Bloom there, they have to pay 3 runes. You're kinda fine with that. I would have developed Dead Bloom, I think, instead of Yi. And you also have that extra rune to value your potential unyielding, even though it's too late in the game. Like right now, unyielding is not going to achieve anything. The only card it's good on, is like Void Seeker. Some Annihilists play Falling Star, but like 1 or 2 of it max. So yeah, not sure it's good. Stack deck being played on either side, and we don't find much of an answer. We kinda have to dig for the second stack deck and activate it right away, I think. Because we don't have neither Vi nor Ride the Winds, and we desperately need one of these. We are going for the Cleave play to try and conquer with that Kaisa next turn and draw potentially another card, 2 extra cards actually, through the Dreaming Tree. One of Kaisa and one of Cleave. But yeah, Kaisa is just going to be traded again by like Dead Bloom next turn, and we can't conquer twice. I think we needed to pick that stack deck to look for something like Ride the Wind there and potentially Vi. Like we needed to pull off a miracle. Also, do we have... Oh, we are in pen mode. Do we have Ride the Wind there? No, we don't, right? We don't. So we could not any. And we were on 7 runes anyway, so can't any plus Ride the Wind plus Vi. And we draw the 3rd Cleave, huh? At least we are now certain we can conquer with all them Cleaves. Kaisa is going to push into the battlefield. Cleave is going to be used. And we are drawing a card off of it. And we have to use the 2nd Cleave to outmind that Yi. And we find the Rebuke only now. But this is not going to be enough, I think. Cleave is also going to... Why did he recall to base with the Fiffolk? Oh, true. True. Why did he recall to base with the Fiffolk? True. Huh? I mean, we just have Dead Bloom, right? But we have the Rebuke. Huh? Why do you recall? Like, you hold both of them battlefields. And that game is over, right? I mean, he's not in a losing spot. Like, he's going Dead Bloom, gets it with the Rebuke, and then he's just going Fiffolk, push over Kaisa, draws 1, but also Annie has an extra turn to try and draw that Vi the Wind combo. Not sure I like it. Charm? Okay. So we are definitely charming. that case. Yeah, find your center is 1 mana, might as well use it, drawing a chord, ramping a rune. Yup. Drawing it to Zonias. But now we don't want to charm. Don't charm, don't charm, don't charm, don't charm. If you charm, you lose. Because they just rebuke the tasty. When they score a pawn, they draw a quartz. And then you can dead bloom. But there are outs. Yeah, don't charm. Yeah, don't charm. Do not charm. But you still have to find an out to rebuke though. Yeah, you are forcing it with dead bloom, makes sense. But now if they draw something like fight or... Wait, they have fight or flight and they have any. That game is over. He throwed it. He threw it. I think he threw it. They have any. They have any. That game is over. It's rebuke on dead bloom. It's rebuke on dead bloom. Oh no, they don't have the runes. 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 Because of rebuke, they don't have the runes anymore. So this is not over, guys. Because the player was any. Add back fight or flight. Fight or flight the Fifolk. And then push with the sneaky. Why is Kai said that? Oh, we have the charm. We have the charm there. And we have 3 sneakies. Yeah, that game is over. He wins it. He wins it because we have the charm. Is net 3 runes bottom? What is... Is sent? Yeah. Because 2 of rebuke and then you have to pay the deflect cost for dead bloom. So they don't have the runes. And they did not manage to find a single Vi nor a single ride the wind there on any side. Unfortunately, all of them being at the bottom of the deck. So sadly, they are not going to make it to the finals, and we are going to see Blackbone advance to the final with the Yi. Yo, let's go Rady. Yeah, Rady is a regular in the chat and in the Discord too, I think. And also, Rady is a regular on the channel. So pretty cool that we see him reach that finals as Master Yi. To be honest, you should only drop to creators you personally get enjoyment from. It's streamers of the shouldn't live a financially risky life as a live streamer. Yeah, that makes sense too. But I would feel bad asking for it when I know everybody only has 1 Prime sub and I'm not the one in need so far. Maybe at some point I'll need it, then I'll ask. But so far I don't. So cool plus, feel free if you want to, but don't feel entitled to. That's the thing. That's the thing. We are all behind our community. Yeah, let's grow all of this together. Your G? Nah. Nah. I just think this is being normal, right? I hope. I hope it's not being nice is not out of the norm these days. Else we cooked. So Yi against Yi in them finals. And the going first Yi has somewhat of an advantage that in this matchup, charms are the best cards at playing around in the early game. And in the late game, the key card in the matchup is White Flame Protector. Because using White Flame on big bodies to push them to 16 might and out-trade them potential White Flames, Dead Bloom, Yi champions and stuff is super important. And then White Flame is an hard target to deal with. Because if they push with 8 might Dead Bloom into White Flame, your White Flame is 10 because Yi effect. So they have to have 2 buffs to outmight it. So far, Blackbone's head, not only is he going first, but his hand seems to be way more fitting for a mastery endgame. Whereas Rady still needs to sculpt his. Has some cards to draw though. So could do it. But so far, it's not the end of a Mastery that's going to win a late game battle between Masteries. I almost saw someone get ridden over by a pizza scooter today. Talk about normal. Yeah, I mean, there are stupid people everywhere. But I kinda get you. Sometimes I'm like, is this the world I live in, right? is that it? So Kiana going to be dropped in the battlefield there. Porio is in base. And Rady is the first one reaching the 8 energy thresholds. That being said, Blackbone is completely untapped. So any buff paired with this Kiana could trade with a potential Dead Bloom. So in the Yi matchup, you'd rather be at like 10 plus runes before you attempt to speed things up, because being on strictly 8 or 9 exposes you to a lot of stuff, going from like defies to buffs to whatever, and you'd rather be on like 10. So I do think Rady is going to wait another turn trying to set up his boards. And then Clockwork is going to recycle a rune and draw a card there. And we are going to draw into that tasty Fifolk. So next turn we are on 9 runes, which is way better because we can go Yi Champion plus potentially Engward plus potentially Defy. Very cool interactions there. Also, we have to be wary about the fact that we are in the Aspirants trial, so we have to go to 9 points to win that game, which means the late game is going to be even more important. You have to be the one dominating the boards to be able to close that game out. And unfortunately, so far, Rady's hand does not seem the best at doing so, whereas Blackbones already has some of them tools to close the game in the White Flame and the Charms. Potentially he wants to look for 1 or 2 defies to value this end a bit more. We are dropping Yi Champion, I guess. Or it's just a tasty setup. I do like that tasty setup. Does not cost power, allows us to have a pretty powerful tasty White Flame combo next turn on 9 runes. So also could be combined with something like Charm. Deal a lot of damage to the boards. Yeah, I do like this play on Blackbone's side. Rady is going to drop the Dead Bloom over Kiana. Kiana being 6 smite, but we are fully tapped on Blackbone's side. So no way we can protect that Kiana. She's going to fall to that Dead Bloom. Drawing a Dead Bloom 2 on Blackbone's side. Not a good card in that mirror match. Not a card you want to see, because Dead Bloom on its own is 8 might, which is less than the 10 might of the defending Dead Bloom. So like now that we are starting the battle of like, I have 8 might, you have 8 might, I have 8 might, you have 8 might, we don't like drawing into Dead Blooms there. Tasty is going to try and rush over the Clockwork Keeper there, which will let that happen, of course. Conquering and getting to 4 points. Clockwork is going to go straight to the trash. And then Charm is going to be used on that Dead Bloom to try and trade into Tasty, but Defy is going to be answering that Charm. Pretty good play there, mandatory, because else we lose the Dead Bloom, because they just go Discipline on the Tasty, and then Tasty is 10, Dead Bloom is 8, and Dead Bloom is dead. So now they could potentially kill Poro in Dead Bloom, as in like Poro goes to 10 through White Flame and then we trade, because you are full tapped on Rady's side, so they know you can't do anything about it, which I could see as a play. Oh, we are on 7 runes. Okay, we are not on... We are on 7 runes, so we can't do that. Now we are back on 8 through the Find Your Center. Okay, we draw the Defy, so now we have Defy and White Flame. We would have loved to have that Defy earlier though. Potentially a bit of mis-sequencing there on Blackbone's side, because if you use that Find Your Center first, and then you draw the Defy, you go Charm, they go Defy, you Defy the Defy, they are full tapped, you clear the board. So that has a lot of value. I think there's a bit of mis-sequencing there. White Flame is going to buff that Wielder there, and we are going to trade that Tasty, conquering Vilmo's lair. I can fit either 2 Rengar or 2 Swiftfoot. Rengar is better. Yeah, Rengar is 100% better than Boots. No doubt. And we draw into another Charm, but we now have the Defy to protect it. So this Charm is most likely going to be extremely strong. Oh, and we paid the Deflect on the Charm. That is why we had 1 less rune available on Blackbone's sides. And now we are going to drop that White Flame on the Poro. Poro is going to push that. I think you want to push to the Dead Bloom. Yeah, you want to push the Dead Bloom because then you can still retreat Poro and send White Flame instead. Whereas if you go into Vilmo, you can't retreat Poro and it's most likely dying to like whatever Yi champion or something. Discipline is going to see play, buffing that Poro over the Dead Bloom, drawing into yet another Discipline. This is also super good. And then most likely you want to charm that White Flame into Poro once again. Yeah, you are for sure charming that White Flame into Poro. No way you charm that Wielder. You don't give a fuck about Wielder. You kill the White Flame, exactly what we are looking at right now. Can I post my list in Discord? Yeah, for sure, feel free. That's a place to exchange and talk deck building and stuff, so feel free, brother. Feel free. So Poro going to get rid of both Dead Bloom and White Flame. Such a big turn, and we also have another White Flame to have that 16 might push next turn. Very good draws here on Blackbone's side. The only thing ready as going its way is points. So now we are going to be dropping a Pit Rookie there, buffing the Wielder of Water. Huh? Why aren't you accelerating Tasty to try and fight over Poro there? We decide to set up? Because if you accelerate Tasty, try and fight over Poro, you recycled 1 for Kiana, so you initially had 9 runes. Tasty accelerated is 8, so you add an open rune to either play Defy if they have a buff, or Engwards if you need to buff over the buff. And then you have control of both battlefields, and you are on 8 points, so they need to retake both. Else that game is over. So I think I would have accelerated Tasty there, because the only thing you were leading in the game was points. And with this turn, you just threw that lead away. Because now it will be tied at 7-7. And you will need to reconquer, but like, you don't have the cards to do that. Like, Engward, Defy, Tasty are not cards that will allow you to retake something like White Flame, right? And we drew the third White Flame too. Huh. So now I think we just go White Flame on Poro, most likely, and pass. And we have 3 runes open. Or is it just like Dead Bloom? It's Dead Bloom, I guess, with the deflect thing. I guess it's Dead Bloom on Poro. And then we pass with 3 runes open, and we can play Discipline Defy. We can play Discipline Find Your Center. Like, there's a lot of good stuff we can do. I guess you just go Dead Bloom on Poro. Potentially retreat Poro, so that way you have a White Flame setup for next turn. You have a unit in base that's ready to fight. I think that's the plan there. Orange. I don't like green. I'd rather prefer orange. But I guess it's fine. It's not like that big of a difference. Retreat Poro pass. You have Discipline, you have Defy available. There's a lot to do there with these 2 cards only. Super duper good. Yeah, super good there. We are in a great setup, and we even have the luxury to like waste quote-unquote one white flame to still have another one in ants that we can use to pressure. We are kinda giving away the info that either we only have white flame as a big body or we have another one. So if you are ready, you want to play worst case scenario, but then as I was talking about earlier, you had to try and make that play to win happen, trading with the tasty. Because now you made a quote-unquote safe play, but there's no way you win that game now. Because how do you retake both battlefields? And if you are able to retake even one, how do you handle that white flame Poro next turn? Spoiler alert, you can't. There's no way you do so. So I think Rady is kinda doomed in this game one. I don't see a way he comes back into this game because now he has 14 might available. White flame on his own is 10 defending. We have discipline, so that makes it 12. So we only have a single unit like Clockwork or Pit that lives. And then next turn we have to deal with a 10 might Poro. There's no way this happens. Like, you could drop Zonias, I guess, to save one of them units, but then it's in base. Like, does not make sense. You still have the runes open for Engward and Defy, but like, those don't have value right now. Also, on Blackbone's side, you can just discipline, they defy, you defy the defy. Yeah, it's GG. Blackbone won game 1. He had pretty cool draws. Like, he had 4 superior draws compared to Rady, but also Rady had an opening at taking a riskier play that could have put him into the lead instead of dying slowly, and he decided not to take it and to set up instead. And that was not the correct play. So like, yeah, he drew worse, but also he had a way out and did not use it. So I kind of think he could have played this one better. At least opened up a way for a potential win, which he did not. So everybody's dying but a single unit there. Oh, we decide not to discipline though. I guess it does not make a difference, right? Because like, this is 4 mites and you play better around Engward. Whereas if you kill one, it's also 4 might because of his passive. But Engward is +2. Whereas right now Engward is +1. So I kinda like it. And we draw the 3rd charm. Okay, so we've seen all 3 white flames and all 3 charms. Yeah. So this is 4 superior drawing. But also Rady potentially had a way to steal that game. So white flame is going to apply its effect onto Poro, and then that game is over. Yeah, like either Dead Bloom or white flame were winning. Any of them was winning actually. We found the white flame as the better play, but also Dead Bloom was winning. So this is going to be 1-0 for Blackbone, taking the lead in the Mastery Mirror in the finals. And we are going to have Randy try and combat that lead in game 2, going first most likely. I can't recall who went first in that first game though. I think it was Blackbone too, no? I think Blackbone went first with a Poro, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. It was quite some time ago. Also, we don't have a timer again for the finals, by the way, which I guess makes sense. Like, if we did not have one for the semis, let's not have one for the finals, I guess. Okay, we are starting that game too. Is Rady gonna be able to make it? Or is Blackburn gonna perform a clean 2-0 and win them finals? We are seeing Obelisk on Blackbone's side going second. This is the play that Masteries have been opting for recently, because you have 4 runes on your first turn, allowing you to either develop Kiena or Catalysts, depending on lists. But makes a lot of sense that you are able to develop one of these 2 cards that are super strong mid-game tools on your first turn. And also on Radius side, the fact that you have 3 runes available for turn 1 does not have such a huge impact, because like you have Wielder of Water, but it's not like far superior to what a Poro could be. It's only 6 versus 5 might. So there's not much of a difference between starting on 2 and starting on 3 that there is between starting on 4 versus starting on 3. And we are dropping that Qiyana off the top deck. Super strong play here on turn 1. You want to go out, Kitty? It's cold, so she does not want to go out, but she still wants the window to be open. But like, it's super duper cold. Like, I want to stay alive, right? So we will be dropping that Wielder in base, which makes sense to not drop Wielder on turn 1, because Poro is only good at defending, whereas Wielder is also good at attacking. So the fact that we want to drop Poro on turn 1 despite having like 3 runes open on turn 1 makes sense. Makes a lot of sense actually, and we keep that discipline open to combat that Qiyana. Qiyana that is going to go to Vilme, which means that she is going to be able to proc the Conquer effect once, but not twice, because she can't move out of Vilme, except if she gets protection from the Zone, which is not a move, it's a recall, so actually the card goes back to base. So it would make sense that we hide the Zonia there, or we just flat it actually. We could flat Zonia, then 3 mana, find your center, and full tap, and it's fine because they can't do anything about Qiyana being revived by Zonia. I do like that play. I think the best play here is flat Zonia into find your center. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I do like it. Center now. And then, yeah, I do like the play. You have to drop center now because they are not 100% contesting Qiyana. Seems like we decide not to, but if they decide to not contest Qiyana, it's kinda cringe that we did not drop center before. Go, Kitty. Want to come in? No, stay out. Confront Pog. I like Confront as a card. I think in the Yi Mirror it has a lot of potential. And also I think if you are on Qiyana, you kinda have to play Confront, because else Qiyana in the mid game is a trash card. Like, you're fine with paying 6 energy to draw 1 and draw 1 again through Qiyana. It's way better than playing 4 for Qiyana and waiting a turn before it's useful. So yeah, I kinda do like Confront in the Yi builds. The only problem that makes some of them not play Confront is room in the build, right? Like, what do you cut to make room for the Confronts? But I think we all agree that the card is rather strong. Rune Prison though is also a pretty good tool to face them Master Yis. Because then, like, Rune Prison on them White Flame turns that we saw have so much impact in the previous game kinda nullifies a White Flame. Pretty strong. Room in the deck. Yeah, what did I say? Did I not say room in the deck? Huh. My bad, I guess. My bad, guys. What time is it though? Oh, it's fine, it's not like that late. I should not be too tired. I can't use this as an excuse. It's like 10:45 here. Almost 11, so kinda late, but not like super duper late. I was expecting to close the stream around midnight. I guess we will have a bit more spare time than what I anticipated. You said it's hard to find room in the deck for Confront. Yeah, exactly. And I have the same issue in MF. I mean, it's like a cool card, but it's only consistency. And it's not like so good on its own that you want to feed it no matter what. So it's like that kind of card design that you want to cut anyway, but also is super good when paired with something. So like it's kind of a weird chord, but I do like it a lot. And I think the more the lists are going to refine, the more of these chords we are going to see. It's kind of like Stupefy in blue, right? Like in blue, you have to pay 3 to play 3 Stupefy, not because like Stupefy is super strong on its own, but because it also reduces the amounts of chords you have in deck. Because like you are guaranteed to play the chords, and also the chord is like always good, no matter when. Because drawing one is just too good for one rune. Confront is kind of the same. Does not have the reaction keyword though, that's the problem. But it's kind of the same. Qiyana going to proc the Zonia through the White Flame fight, going back to base. And we see Wielder taking over. We have Poro on the other side that is still standing strong and matching that Qiyana, even if she pushes. We also have 2 disciplines available to play around potential discipline on Blackbone's side, but that guy has Defy, so we have to be wary about that too. 8 runes going to be tapped, and we are going to see a Dead Bloom Predator come in, probably to trade the Wielder, I'd say. Yup, exactly. Getting in there, trading the Wielder. So Wielder is now 6. Are we going to fall for the Discipline bait? We have to not use the Discipline there if you are ready. Like, it's tempting to use Discipline, but if you use Discipline and they have Engward Defy, which they Charm Defy, which they specifically do, or just like Engward Defy is the same, Engward Charm is the same actually, they can just Engward to go over your Discipline, and we are going for the play. This is such a mistake. This is such a big mistake. Terrible mistake there. We use the Defy though. So we use the Defy, and now we are going to be able to Charm that White Flame in. Whereas if we had kept that extra rune for the Charm, or sorry, for the Defy rather, we could have defied that Charm, and we could have been in a way better spot there, because now the board is almost empty, and we are full tapped, so they can also attack with Qiyana and Rookie to put us in a very difficult situation there. Like, attacking with Qiyana plus Rookie there is also good if you are Blackbone. Ready, yup. We had to not fall for that Discipline bait. But unfortunately, we did fall for it. Makes sense also to keep the Qiyana, because you have Discipline Engward. So you kinda want to push with it, buffing it to draw a card next turn. Draw one through Discipline, then draw one to Qiyana. Come in, baby. It's too cold outside. It's too cold outside. She went out for like 3 minutes, then came back. I guess it's too cold. So, yeah, tough spots. If you're ready, we have that Yi still available, but we also kind of need to develop that Qiyana to make it work. And we also kind of want to keep them runes to be able to use Rune Prison. So, difficult situation there for ready. We are going to be tapping 4 to develop that Qiyana. And then most likely we are passing with the Discipline, the Rune Prison, and the Defy's open. And Blackbone, we still have to find a play. Oh, I don't like Qiyana in there though. Because how do you retake that Dead Bloom now? Okay, Qiyana is 6. I mean, you have Discipline, Defy. But now they just drop Confronts, I guess. And depending on what they draw, you definitely have openings there. Potentially they draw something like First Mate / War Up. And this makes a lot of sense. Let's see. We are thinking on Blackbone's side. Sequencing wise, this turn is interesting. Oh, also we can't bring back Dead Bloom because we are in Vilma's lair. Actually, that's a problem. Because War Up / First Mate were super good top decks to pair with Dead Bloom and get rid of that Qiyana, no matter what. But now that we are stuck in Vilma's lair, we kinda have to take a setup turn. We don't have a choice. Good news is that this Dead Bloom is very hard to deal with. I think we are confronting there. We are right. No, we are just using Poro. Is it Poro Pass then? I don't like Poro Pass. I don't like Poro Pass. I think Confront. Then Poro, Kiana and Pit swinging at Kiana was way better. Because these were 5, 7, 9. 9 into 6. They have to have 2 buffs. And or if they have a Rune Prison, they have to like use a lot. You also have 2 buffs. So like you draw a lot of cards. And if they defy the confront, then you adapt, right? I think I liked the Posh way better. Still, that Dead Bloom is very hard to deal with. But like he did not establish a lot. Like Poro Pass is not a good turn. And most likely you are going to lose all of these runes. Because they won't be attacking into your Dead Bloom this turn. If they did not do it the previous turn, no reason they would do it now. And now they have a bigger unit there in the Tasty. So you kinda have to go Discipline onto Kiana now, I think. And pray for good draws. Because you could go for like Discipline, Discipline, and Quartz. But then they meet you at 10 with Discipline. Or Quartz. Oh no, you're 11 actually because of the buff. So you force them to use DeFi. Not so trash. But you are behind, so you need to make a play happen. You can't just like pass and lose that game. You need to make something happen in that game. Potentially using that draw power from Confront would be a good start. If we can find something like a White Flame off the top, this is super good. You kinda have to confront first though, because if you draw White Flame and you can't play it, it's tough. So you can't bait the defis with Disciplines and then confront, because you would be out of runes. So this is Champion. This is Champion and sending everything into Tasty. Okay. Why would you send it there though? Because now this is 14. So this plays over Dead Bloom on Kiana, I guess. Huh? 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 But now they just put everything onto the left and game is over, right? Bring back everything to the left. Bring Clockwork, bring Poro, bring Kiana, bring Dead Bloom. And just pass with like 4 runes open. Rune Prison, DeFi. And that game is over. What's the play there? What's the point? I don't see it. Yeah, just put everything there. Drop Dead Bloom. Tap 8, Dead Bloom. Tap 8, Dead Bloom. Tap 8, Dead Bloom. Because now you're on 2 and 3, 5. And 4, 9. And 6, 15. 15 if they go White Flame. This is 10. This is 2. And this has ganking for 6. So this is 18. So you have to go Dead Bloom, and this is game over. They have no out. Or actually, they do have an out, but you have DeFi, so they have no out. The out is confront into White Flame. But you have DeFi, so they don't have an out. They literally don't have an out. Because then this is 18, and with Dead Bloom, you're like 23. So they need to find 6 might worth of buffing through double DeFi and Rune Prison. It's impossible. They don't have it. They don't have it. I don't get that holding play though. I literally don't get that holding play on Blackbone's side. Like, what was that? Do we play Time Warp Mastery? Or something like that? Like what the fuck is that? What's the plan there? Now you get to drop Confront anyway. And if you are ready, you absolutely have to defy Confront. Because the only way you lose that game is White Flame Confront. Aside from that, you are always winning. Confront, defy. You have to. You have to. Oof, they don't draw into White Flame. They don't draw into White Flame. Okay. We are saved. We are saved. Wow. If they draw into White Flame or have it in hand and have something like Defy, that game could become weird. Discipline on Yi, drawing a quartz. Defy. Okay. Discipline again, most likely. You want to defy it at some point. Don't let all of this resolve. I mean, you can still run prison there. Clockwork. Tasty. Okay. So now we can use Pit for an extra buff, and then we have to go. Also, we are on Confront. So technically that Clockwork is active, and if we play Pit, Pit is active too. Because Confront resolved. Oh, Cat is out. I can close the window. Okay, so Yi is going in there at 10 might, so we want to trade for this and this, I guess. And we are passing, and that game is over. Yeah, this is now 1-1 in the finals. +1 cat. Yeah, +1 cat counter. I don't get, like, sometimes I potentially don't see plays. Okay. Might be wrong on some stuff, for sure. But I don't see why he went for that holding play. Like, I think this holding play, he was not in a super good spot. But, like, it was not unwinnable neither. And going for that holding play almost like sealed the deal. Like, the only way out was ready, let's Confront resolve, which it did, while having Defy, and you top deck White Flame. But I think there could have been more sequences to out this board if we were on a like more stacked base. No? I think so. Want to come back in? Come in, baby. Come on, be slower. Please. +1 kitty. He just wanted to play an extra game. At least that gives us a game 3 in the finals though. So not going to complain about that one. That does give us a game 3 in the finals, I guess. So this we take. This we definitely take. Wait. My bad. I'm dumb. Was the wrong window. I was like, but does not work. Haha. Yo, Daku. I just chiming in because I see Kiana in play. The rule states that her effect gets put in a chain that gets resolved on its own when conquering. AI says that means that she can die and the effect still triggers if you conquer because it's a separate thing in the chain. But that might be bullshit because it's AI. What do you think? I need to make sure of what you're implying as a situation, Daku. So you're saying like you attack with Kiana and another unit, and that your Kiana gets hit with like Voidseeker, dies, but your other unit conquers, and so you want to trigger Kiana's effect, right? Am I understanding it correctly? Exactly? Okay, no, Kiana does not trigger. Kiana needs to be alive after the conquer resolves to be able to have that window to trigger her effect. Yo, Keldor, welcome home, brother. You need to have Kiana alive and well when the Conquer resolves to have a window to trigger her effect. Because Kiana, exactly like other effects, is a trigger. And triggers need to see the resolution of what they need to trigger happen to be able to work. Rady going first in game 3 though? Is Rady going first? Why do we have runes there? Did Blackbone... No, Blackbone is for sure going first, yeah. Rady just like channeled runes by mistake, I guess. Alright, great. So, we are dropping Poro on turn 1. Both tasties are good. Primal Strength is super good in the matchup. It's like pseudo White Flame. Find your center on Rady's side, trying to loot for that late game approach that we saw both players having success with in the multiple White Flames, defis and stuff. Poro going to conquer that Grove, and if we don't have a way to remove that Poro, is actually going to generate a lot of court advantage on Blackbone's side, because it's pretty big in the matchup. Thinking on Rady's side how to fight back through that Poro, knowing that we have 5 runes open on Blackbone's side, so no way we want to develop that champion to rush over Poro, because we would instantly get countered by whatever being full tapped while Blackbone has 5 runes. So I guess the play there is to develop something like Kiana Pit Rookie, and then pass turn and accept that this Poro is going to draw at least 1 card, or rather 1 extra card of the Grove. I'm thinking the play here is Kiana Rookie, most likely. And then next turn we think about dealing with that Poro. Also, they don't have a lot of runes. They are on 7 runes next turn, so we are ahead, runes-wise. We don't need to be the ones making the play happen here. Find your center is also a decent option. And you find the Catalyst though. Might as well drop it, I guess. Because next turn you have 12 runes. Yeah, drop that Catalyst. They will defy it. They don't? They don't. They let you have 12 runes to play with. I mean, you were already leading runes-wise. So I can kind of see the point of like, anyway he's in the lead, might as well not defy. But also like, you have 12 runes when they have 6. This is super expensive. Why did we recycle a rune though? Why did we recycle a rune? Oh, to hide a court. Okay, to hide a court. Makes sense. To hide that zone is. And then we are passing. So makes sense, makes sense. And now we have 12 runes to play with on Rady's side. So we will be able to develop a lot. And we are not that far behind. Having only 1.5 points disadvantage. Like, now it's 1, next turn it's 2, turn after it's 1, so it's 1.5 technically. It's just that if we just both owe and get to 8, they are ahead. And we will be tapping 4 extra runes to develop Kiana, I guess. Yup. And then we pass with an extra rune open to potentially play that Engward. Now though, if they have what they have, we are, and they play aggressively, we are in trouble. We are kind of in trouble. Because if they go Poro, Primal Strength, which looks like they are looking for, it's either Kiana or Primal Strength there. It is Primal Strength. Okay, we are in trouble. Because now this Poro is 9. Trades over Yi, and if we have Engward, they just use Discipline and it still trades over Yi. So now we are in trouble. Yup. That Strength being like a pseudo White Flame, super good in the matchup. You want more White Flames that you can have in your deck. You want 5 of them or 6 of them. So you bring in them Primal Strand Phase that are pseudo White Flames, and they are definitely putting in the work. Because right now this Poro is 9 might, and if Rady decides to use that Engord, it's just basically wasting it. Because then Blackbone is just going to use Discipline and take over that battlefield. Then develop Pit Rookie in base to be able to buff that Poro, which will be very hard to retake for Kiana as a 6 might unit. So strong turn on Blackbone's side. Yeah, the official rules are... I would not say they are like bad by any means, because they are rather clear, just like they are technical. It's a technical game for sure. But I feel like they did a good job at writing these. You just have to like read them focused, like not in between games. You're like, oh, I saw this situation, what's the ruling? And then you scroll through it and you just like read them quick and then you go play another game. Like that's not how you have to read them. But if you are focused, these are great tools. Yeah, we are using that Discipline for sure, dealing with the Yi, drawing an extra card there on Blackbone's side. And then you just develop that Pit Rookie. You don't want to, like, you don't want to use DeFi Engord next turn because you have the board, you have the Zonias, so you are guaranteed of holding. So in my opinion, you'd rather develop the Pit Rookie now and have a potential White Flame support for top decking. Yeah, this was like the obvious play, keep 2 rooms open for Engord DeFi, but I think the better play was developing Pit Rookie. Not by like a huge margin, but still I think it was the better play there. So we are now thinking on Rady's side, we are going to see Deadbloom Predator eat the boards and trade with that Poro, which we won't be able to save through Engords, because this Poro is 5 now, Engord makes it 7, Deadbloom is 8, so we won't be able to save that Poro, and then they are going to be able to charm that Tasty and force the Zonias. Yup, Charm Seeing play. Either we DeFi or we drop the Zonias. I think we have to DeFi to get that double draw off the Grove. Is saving a unit from reset all its statuses? Nope. Nope. Everything remains because it does not die and become a different court. It's just recalled to base. So like if they use Smokescreen and your unit is 1 might, it dies through set effects, it goes back to base, it's still affected by Smokescreen. Thank you for the follow, Frog. Welcome home, brother. If you like competitive Riftbound, you're at the right place. Saving it with Islander, no, same reasoning. Everything that says recall it instead means that it keeps all of its effects and statuses and stuff. Islander, Zonia, Guardian Angel and Spirit Forged, sets effects, and so on. I think there are more of them that I'm missing. They keep their statuses. So Deadbloom Conquering, we are thinking on Blackbone's side. Thank you for the follow, Deku. Thinking on Blackbone's side there, we have a lot of cards in hand, but we also don't have a great option. As in, we don't have something like a White Flame. We don't have something like a Deadbloom. So we kinda need to develop. Good news is we are in the lead. And we have them tasty set up. So when Rady is going to try and reconquer that board, he is going to have to go through them tasties, which means you are going to ramp runes and draw cards. So good news. And also you have that Zonia. So you have somewhat of a strong board. You just need to draw into your key cards to make the matchup easier now. While on Rady's side, we don't have a lot to work with. Pit Rookie is a thing, but it's not enough. Rune Prison though is a cool card, and we forced a DeFi already. Maybe 2 of them actually. I think just 1. Yeah, just 1. So don't think we want to risk all in on Rune Prison this early in the game, and if they have DeFi we lose the game. Because we have DeFi to defy the Divider, but then that means we are recycling a lot of runes to not produce a lot of value. So we are going to be buffing that Dead Bloom and retreating that Kiana. That's a play I kinda don't like. Because then if they come in with Tasty, it's 6 in 6. You have to buff that Kiana to make it 7. So it can hold its ground against the Tasty. Because now 6 in 6, Blackbone is super happy to take that trait. Because he has Zonias and you don't. And also he's in the lead. And he draws the Primal Trance though, so would not have changed a single thing. At least you forced somewhat of an Engward or stuff. Because now they can come in with like Tasty. They use Engward, you have to defy. They use Primal, you have to Imprison. They use defy, you lost the game. Checkmate. And I think this is what we are going to see. Why not buff Kiana if you are going to do that play? Exactly what I was talking about, yeah. You have to buff that Kiana if you drop that play. So Engward, you are going to want to defy that. Else you just lose the Kiana or Rune Prison. Then they defy. Then you defy the defy. Then they Primal Trance. And that game is almost over. Blackbone kinda won it on the spot. Go for it, Blackbone. Just go for it. You have to defy that Rune Prison. It's free. They only have one card in hand and you have checkmate there. Oh, you let it go through? I think we could have had checkmate there. Yeah, we had checkmate for sure there. So what's the play now? Is it like flat Zonia? Develop Kiana Rookie Pass for 8 might and you keep one rune open for defy? Primal still does nothing against Rune Prison. Yeah, the resolution was Engward used. They used Rune Prison. You use defy, they use defy. Sends back to base right here, but they have 0 cards in hand. You force them out of it. And if you use Engward, they use defy to defy the Engward. You use defy to defy the defy. No, you use Primal Trance. They use Rune Prison because they forced to, and you defy the Rune Prison and the game is over. So you kinda put them on either top deck or checkmate. And like top deck in Mastery is almost checkmate anyway. Because most of your cards only work when paired with other cards. White Flame, Primal, Tasty kinda works on its own, but also is not enough to combat them battlefields. So that turn was indeed flat out Zonia and Primal and Pit Rookie. Sorry, we decided not to develop Kiana though, which I could see she's not going to have so much of an impact now. Also, we're still in the lead. If they come and fight us, we have Primal Trance Defy. So like they come, Giga buff Dead Bloom somewhat, somehow, fight Tasty. Either you slam Zonia and you just close the door and like you revive your Tasty and it's okay. Or you just use Primal, they use Defy, you use Defy, that game is over too. I think we are going to see accelerated Tasty there. And then Dead Bloom and Tasty getting there together, which is 15 mites. And Tasty is now 7 plus Primal. Oh, we see everything getting there. Okay. So we are trying to make that comeback happen. Oh no. Please put that Dead Bloom. Please, why would you not? Why would you not? Why would you not? Please put that Dead Bloom. Please, ready. Do it. Do it. I'm afraid, chat. I'm afraid Dead Bloom is not getting there. And if it's not the case, this is game over. Yup. This is Primal on Tasty. Defy the Defy. And that game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Because now Tasty is 14 might. Clears everything. Rady is not able to retake. Tasty will be 14 up until the end of the turn, so Dead Bloom can't contest. Tasty goes to... Oh, sorry, Blackbone goes to 7 points. And then next turn, we are just going to be able to rush over that Kiana. And that will be it. We are going to have our champion for Robalas Cup Qualifier 2 in Blackbone. Seeing how horrible they are doing top decking, do you have any tips on control? There are some decks where I struggle a ton with consistently having options and... Interesting question. What do you mean like end control? As like don't use too many cards? It's difficult because it's like kinda different for every deck and also kinda different for every matchup inside of every deck. I would say the value cards that replace themselves, Discipline, Confront, Stupefy, that stuff, and super value cards that generate card advantage. Consult the Past, Meditate, stuff like that. These are cards that you have to value. Tasty replaces itself. Clockwork replaces itself. Kiana somehow replaces itself even though it's pretty slow and not guaranteed. So Yi and Tasty are going to come swinging at Dead Bloom, and that's about it. Rady is down 4 and Blackbone is your second qualifier for the Robalas League champion. So last week was Squeeze, this week Blackbone. We now have 2 of our 4 champions and also 16 of our 32 qualified players for the All-Stars tourney on the 21st of December.